Okay, here I am. The twins are here. No, I don't know what. Hi there. Hello. Okay, I think they'll find us. So yesterday we were on, we had just read text between Mackenzie and Christine Russo, and they were the ones before the crash. We're going to get to the ones after the crash, but we're going to look at the detective's notes from that. So just let me pull those up. Which one? This one over here. The jail calls. So many files. So crazy. Okay, here's the notes. So these are the notes on the text between Christine and Mackenzie. So on 12/28/2020, Mackenzie tells Christine Dom is saying he wants to hurt himself. On 12/28/2020, Christine tells Mackenzie that Dom is fine and in a brat mode. 1/2/2021, Christine tells Mackenzie she needs to come over because she can't leave because Dom shoved a towel in Tom's throat. 1/30/2021, Mackenzie tells Christine that Dom is texting her and being really crazy, so please keep an eye on him because she's worried. On 1/30/2021, Christine tells Mackenzie that she is right there, indicating that she will watch him. 1/31/2021, Mackenzie says that Dom is being too mean and she couldn't take it. 1/31/2021, Christine says that he's out of control, he hates Chris, and that she feels so bad. 1/31/2021, Christine says that she is going to take Dom to get his aluminum levels checked, which is related to depression. 1/31/2021, Mackenzie says that he really needs some help. February 15th, 2021, Christine tells Mackenzie not to be mad at Dom because he has been sick, and he did get Mackenzie flowers, and they went to Kalahari. This is when she was having that, oh my gosh, was it like 1,000 pages of flip out about the Valentine's Day? You guys have to remember that, right? I hope so. And let me make sure that you can hear me and everything, because I didn't even check on that. Hi, Amy. I don't think I am in the right place. Wait a minute. You are in the right place, Amy. Hi, it's Bink. Can everybody hear me? Can everyone hear me? Oh, boy. I hope so. Why does Amy think she's in the wrong place? Hi, Liza Ann. You're in the right place, Amy. Can everybody hear me? Can somebody give me the you can hear me sign? You can hear me, Liza Ann. Thank you. Amy, do you see you're in the right place, hon? Hi, Twisted. Okay, good. I want everybody to know. Tell Amy she's in the right place. All right, so this is when she was flipping about the Valentine's Day. Then 3/5, now 2022, okay? Their notes just skipped over into 2022 to Christine tells Mackenzie to just go home and avoid any conflict, please, and that Mackenzie can call her. 3/5/2022, Mackenzie tells Christine that she is waiting to talk to Dom. 3/5/2022, Christine tells Mackenzie that he just left and that it's going to be a while and that she should respect his space while he is gone and that Mackenzie can come back later. And 3/5/2022, Christine tells Mackenzie that she was asked to leave and that Mackenzie should have respected that and left. And on 4/26/2022, Mackenzie tells Christine they got into a fight and that she slept at home. And then right in the month of the crash, but 7/3/2022, Mackenzie tells Christine that Dom is being mean and she doesn't know what to do and that he is threatening her mom. 7/3/2022, Mackenzie tells Christine that he texted her mom and said that he is taking her to civil court after she helped him. Christine is his mom, yes. Christine is Dom's mom, yes. Christine is Christine Russo. She's also an attorney. 7/3/2022, Christine tells Mackenzie that he is just blowing off steam, he being Dom. 7/3/2022, Mackenzie tells Christine Russo, Dom's mother, that he thinks he is actually, she thinks he is actually done with her this time. 7/3/2022, Christine tells Mackenzie that she should have asked before ordering stuff. So this ordering stuff seemed to be such a catalyst. Like, it is something I'm really not too sure. It's like about a credit card. She was ordering stuff. But this seemed to really, really set things in motion with them really arguing, getting very upset, right? Lisa Damon's comment. She retracted it, Murder of Crows. It says message retracted. That means that Lisa retracted it on her own, hun. You can do it too, Murder of Crows. Like if you type something out and it was misspelled, you can retract your own comment. That's what Lisa did. Okay. So, let me see here. Where we were. So she said, ask before ordering stuff. 7/3/22. Christine indicates that she told Dom to stop texting Mackenzie's mom. Yeah, right, Liza? And 7/17, this is getting closer and closer to the crash, right? Mackenzie tells Christine to come to get Dom. He just grabbed the steering wheel on the highway trying to spin out the car and hurt her. That's her version of that. And then you're welcome, Murder Crows. 7/17/2022, Mackenzie states that she is scared because it's raining and she needs him picked up. 7/17/2022, Mackenzie tells Christine if he doesn't get out of her car, she is calling her dad. 7/17/2022, Christine advises Mackenzie that Hench, that's Christopher, Chris Hench, is on the way and to please calm down. 7/17/2022, Mackenzie says that she can't calm down because he tried to end her life. Again, the same day, same time, right? Christine tells Mackenzie that she is trying to defuse the situation. 7/17, Mackenzie tells Christine that he is threatening to blackmail her to her mom. That's when he was going to tell her mother that what she did with those friends and her feet, and, you know, she sold her feet for someone to use for his own recreational use. Okay? 7/17/2022, Christine tells Mackenzie to stop fighting and lying. 7/17/2022, Christine tells Mackenzie that she can get her stuff when he gets his stuff. 7/17/2022, Mackenzie states that she was not lying and that she shouldn't take his word, meaning that his mom shouldn't take Dom's word. so seriously because she doesn't know how he treats her behind closed doors. And 7/17/2022, Mackenzie tells Christine that it's never okay to try to end somebody's life. Christine and Shirilla go back and forth several times about the argument on the highway. Christine points out that Mackenzie has blackmailed Dom with the cops many times. The argument between the two women continues up into page 196 and then it ends. At this point, the entire text history ends and no more contact is found. But that's not true, right? Because we know all the contact after. So I have to go to another file and we're going to look at that now in a different light. It's a different light since we've been through the phone calls and all of the texts with Mackenzie and Dom, because some of these other texts, even if we read them before, there's more context now with them. So let me go and get the other texts here. Okay. Okay, so this one is I have to go in this file for these. Okay, text with should be on this one. Let's see. Those are... Hold on, not those. Those are the ones we just went on. Do with her, I think they might be in the what's this? This is Mackenzie's application for her driver's license. Oh, while I pull this up, let's take a look at this anyway. This is an application for a driver's license, which shows that she didn't put down that she had any restrictions, okay? So if she was so worried about that blackout, POTS, all that, she did not have that there. She looks like she was an organ donor. Yes, she was an organ donor, and yeah, so that's what that was, but that's not what I'm looking for right now. While we're here, this was the warrant for her arrest. And that was, she was arrested, wasn't it, November? I have the date on here. That's weird. That's odd. They don't have, okay. So I think I put the text with, let me see, they might be in the other file. Let me go back to Christine Russo. Send form. Okay, this is... There's so many files here, you guys, just hang on. Let me go, but I do, okay, we'll get to that. I don't want to hold you. I want to go to, let's pull up the finish with that investigative report we were on. Because there's a lot of information in there, a lot. And I want to pull that up again. Reports. Okay. Detective investigations. Yeah, there's so much information in this. This was the lead detective, Detective Hazoo, but there's two other detective reports. But we were looking at this. This was, wait, that's not the one. Where's our report from? Hold on a minute. I just clicked it. There it is. Okay. So this is, we've already been through some of this. I'll tell you where we were. This has a lot of information in it. Tons. We got the phone interviews with the Flanagans. I did go over those. The lab results. Remember, they had to get the blood vials from the flight. The other ones had discarded the blood. The Toyota Camry, that they got the black box. Okay, this was some of their text that they're talking about. Dom is texting me really crazy, so please keep an eye on him. Then they talked about ones on 131 that we just already talked about. They're talking about the text on 7-3 that I just read to you, and on 7-17. And then the Elira Police Department that Natalie Shirilla made to the Elira Police that Mackenzie mentioned in a text message to Christine on August 14th, 2020, that her mother had called the Elira Police. That was, I think, about the dental incident. Remember that? And they found no... Okay, and this was when the interview with Christine Russo. And we went through that. So that Dominic stayed in the house next door because of his brother. I asked Russo about the text message exchange with Mackenzie dated July 17th. That's when they were on the highway. We went over all that. And then this Deanna Fosnight, she's the mother of Shrilla's ex-boyfriend, Tyler. And she was the one that was providing investigators with this photo where Mackenzie was going to a concert dressed like that and being pushed in a wheelchair after Dom's death. So she had put that there and got that in. Then we went through the break-in entry at the church. Okay, let me pull this over here for 1 second because Kenzie's freaking Snapchat is so nasty. I have to see what we have here. Okay, here. So let's okay, so there let me pull this back. So it says that there is drug use and living adult lifestyle. 403 items are contained in a subfolder. And in the majority of the clips, Mackenzie is seen using marijuana. In one photo, she is seen with a stack of $150 bills and one $5 bill. In another one, she's recording herself smoking marijuana while driving a Toyota with a passenger behind her. On another one, it shows underage consumption of suspected alcoholic beverages in a vehicle. On 7/22/22, that's prior to the crash, Mackenzie and several unidentified friends recorded themselves at a party on a rooftop in Cleveland. That may be where people get confused and say there were rooftop stairs or whatever. No. That's not the stairs she fell down. Hi, Uncrimey. Hi, Jen Grill. Hi, Alicia Nelson. Where she was sitting in the car the whole time. What, Alicia? We just got on pretty much. You didn't miss too much. I just went over the notes for the text we read last night, and now we're looking at the investigator's report, which has a wealth of information. So she was on a rooftop in Cleveland, 7/22. On 6/25/22, Mackenzie recorded herself at Rumor Lounge in Cleveland. Selfie recording showing herself consuming suspected alcohol, beverages, and dancing during the party. On February 25th, 2022, Dominic sent Mackenzie a message saying, "I love you, but I cannot deal with this every week. With what's going on with my mom, if you want to be down, you can stay, but if you're going to put me through emotional stress, I can't keep doing this. It's only going to hurt me." Now, after the crash, Mackenzie recorded and posted several video clips of her in the hospital. Jamie Flanagan emailed me, Jamie Flanagan being Davion Flanagan's Hi MSL's mother, emailed the detective about Mackenzie's friend Rosie Graham posting photos of them in a hotel room dressed up as Zara and drank for Halloween. Okay. The subfolder contains 136 items pertaining to Mackenzie's driving. Mackenzie is driving while recording herself on Snapchat. A person in the driver's seat recorded a Snapchat video of the vehicle traveling at 90 miles an hour. Hi, Olivia. Multiple videos exist of Mackenzie recording herself while driving without wearing a seatbelt over her shoulder. In others, the seatbelt is visible under her armpit. In videos on 2022, Mackenzie records the speedometer of the vehicle she's operating traveling at 93 miles per hour. Hi, Heart Maywise. September 30th, this is post-crash, right? 2022. I called Deanna Fosnight since I was unable to get in contact with her the previous day for our scheduled phone interview. Deanna stated she was available right away for a phone interview. As such, I conducted the 14-minute interview, which I summarize below. The interview was audio recorded on my department phone and was digitally attached to the network folder. So Deanna begins by explaining that she has known Mackenzie through her son, David Tyler Proctor, who dated her on and off sometime around 10th or 11th grade. Deanna explained that some of Mackenzie's behaviors caused her some concerns. The examples she had used, let me make this a little bit larger so I can sit back closer to the mic. The examples she used had to do with the way Mackenzie's parents had raised her and their approval of certain behaviors such as drinking and smoking. Deanna mentioned that Mackenzie bounced between 3 boyfriends, all of whom she believed Mackenzie argued with. She did not believe the relationships were healthy, and when asked about threats towards her son, Deanna said she never heard the threats herself. She described Mackenzie as narcissistic. I reminded Deanna of the conversation she and I had on August 5th, 2022, when she mentioned that she believed Mackenzie had threatened to kill herself and Dominic. I inquired about Deanna's source of information. She said she heard it from her son and his friend Joey. When asked if she knew anything about Mackenzie driving, Deanna said her son did not have permission to be in the car with her, and she suspected having heard her son say she drove fast. Okay, this is the church. Then I called Scott Flanagan to provide an update on the case. I particularly wanted him to know that on September 29th, I served Snapchat with a search warrant for Davion's account. I explained to Flanagan that I was unable to uncover evidence from the party on July 30th or the car ride from Brushwood Lane that preceded the crash. I also asked him if Davion's sister, Divine, was present at Dominic's birthday party that his father hosted a few days ago. Information about her presence was provided by Deanna Fosnight during the phone interview earlier in the day. Flanagan stated he was unaware of Divine having attended the party, and he said he'll check with her and let him know at a later time. Now, at the request of the city of Strongsville prosecutor, Mr. John Castile, I called Mark Schneider. Schneider left a voicemail to Castile earlier in the week inquiring about the status of the case. He particularly mentioned that someone he knew saw Mackenzie at Blossom Music Center, an outdoor music venue and stage located in Westdale Corners in Cuyahoga Falls, Ohio. I left Schneider a voicemail requesting a callback. The voicemail he left for Castile was digitally attached to the witness subfolder in the network folder. Okay. Detective Glover and I went to David Tyler Proctor's residence for a knock and talk. We knocked several times. No one answered. I received a reply. Let's see. Sergeant Fox replied stating he was running behind. That'll be a while. Okay. I emailed Parma Heights PD Captain Tanya Sezak inquiring whether her team would be able to analyze EDR data. The captain immediately replied stating that her team will be able to do their job at no cost to the Strongsville Police Department. She said they can have it ready by the first week of November. October 5th, 2022. They're talking about the EDR data. Sergeant Fox replied requesting the files and videos from the incident. I called Police Lieutenant Michael Gumini back. He had called me earlier in the day. He wanted to make me aware of two incidents that occurred on October 4th, 2022, where Strongsville police officers had to deal with Mackenzie. At this time of entry, patrol officers were still working on the case, although I will not get directly involved. I will include the reports of the incidents in the case jacket. So they had to get involved with her October 4th of 2022. Interesting. They had to deal with Mackenzie. Scott Flanagan emailed me information about a rumor I had heard from Deanna Fosnight pertaining to Davion Flanagan having attended Dominic Russo's birthday party where she ran into Mackenzie and the two of them talked. Scott wrote in the email, I spoke with Davion and she dispelled the rumor as she said she hasn't been attending any parties due to her intensive outpatient therapy work and her boyfriend. I spoke with Detective Glover about the recent incidents involving Mackenzie and the alleged threats she was receiving. Detective Glover informed me that he was contacted by Christine Russo, who reported that the reason Landon Turner was not talking to us was because Mackenzie and her mother threatened Landon that if he spoke to police, he would no longer remain on Marietta's college football team. Landon isn't Landon Bubba, the guy that goes around and writes all great things for Mackenzie? The next day, Christine confirmed the person who was threatened was in fact Tyler Proctor. Oh, not Landon Turner. So Tyler Proctor was threatened. Okay. I called the athletic department at Marietta College after identifying myself, and I asked to speak with the person who was authorized to address the matters with a current football player. The receptionist suggested the head football coach. And let's see, he spoke to Larry Heiser. Heiser was on the phone, so the receptionist collected my contact information and the name of Landon Turner, whom I called about, and she will have Heiser return my call. Then he received a call from the Marietta Chief of Police, Jim Weaver, who was calling on behalf of the athletic director. I explained to Chief Weaver the case I was investigating and the allegations from Christine Russo that Landon Turner was being threatened by Mackenzie Shirilla and her mother, Natalie. Chief Weaver stated he will find Landon and call me back. Chief Weaver called me back. He said that the MCPD officer spoke with Landon and he denied being threatened by anyone, and added that he did not want to talk to me about the case. According to Chief Weaver, Landon told him he was at the top of the chain and he was not afraid. The audio recording of my phone call with the chief was digitally attached to this report. I returned a call to APA troop. He expressed the importance of accessing the data on Dominic's cell phone, and it was especially concerning the fact that he texted some family members and friends hours before the crash. Detective Glover handed me a manila folder containing 6 pages of call logs from Verizon for an iPhone 13 Pro Max belonging to Dominic Russo. The activity dates from July 11th, 2022 until July 30th, 2022, and the billing cycle shows July 11th to August 10th. According to Detective Glover, Christine Russo will provide text message contents from the same phone once she is able to obtain them from Verizon. The call logs were enclosed in the case jacket under miscellaneous tab. Okay, lab results, from July 31st, 2022. Detective Glover received the toxicology results from CCMEO. The PDF copy was digitally attached to the network folder, and the hard copy was enclosed in the case jacket. In short, the vial tested that was collected July 31st, 2022 at 8:13 hours. The specimen was sent to a reference laboratory for further analysis. The following are the preliminary results from the CCM office. Positive for 11-OH-Delta-9 THC 4.6 ng to ml. Positive for Delta 9 THC COOH 34 ng over milliliters. Positive for Delta 9 THC 10 ng over milliliters. Let's see what else. Detective Glover and I met with Christine Russo in front of our police station. We conveyed to her APA troops' wishes about accessing her son's phone. We asked for consent to access the phone. Russo agreed and voluntarily signed the consent to search form. Prior to signing, however, she explained that the phone contains information pertaining to other clients. Detective Glover and I assured her that after a third party extracts the data from the phone, everything will be turned over to a federal agent who is unaffiliated with this investigation to sort all of the data on the phone and turn over what is pertinent to our investigation. After our interview with Angelo, she spoke with Christopher Hench Martin about the highway incidents. She sought to clarify whether Mackenzie and Dominic were involved in one or two altercations, and she said Hench told her it was one incident. The person who was threatened for talking to the police was Husney, not Landon Taylor. So now, okay. On October 5th, Pinterest complied with a search warrant. Mackenzie created an account, Baby Kush, on July 20th, 2018, using an email, that one. Her most recent login was May 26, 2022, from her iPhone. The first 20 pages lists other users following her account, and nothing pertaining to the investigation is found on her Pinterest account. October 7th, 2022, I called Scott Flanagan, and I provided him with an update on the case. Detective Glover and I dropped off Dominic's cell phone at the DEA, and the phone was handed over to Agent Jesse Bynum. A receipt was issued, signed, and handed to me. A hard copy was enclosed in the case jacket, and a digital copy was digitally uploaded to the network folder. Detective Glover handed me a copy of the secondary toxicology report. The report was complied by the labs in Pennsylvania. Other than the findings from the CCME, additional examination of the specimen did not reveal any positive findings of toxicological significance. Okay, so he forwarded them. Landon Turner's mother, Crystal Arndt Turner, left me a voicemail. She said she was upset because Marietta College police went to her son's dorm room to question him. I called Crystal back. She said her son was dealing with survivor's guilt and was reportedly suicidal. She was upset that police kept attempting to contact her son. I explained to her that although her son was not obligated to talk to me about the crash, I was investigating whether witness intimidation had taken place. I offered to Crystal in direct contact with the APA troop. She agreed and provided me with her email information. Okay, Detective Lieutenant Mason called OSP Sergeant Fox to further discuss this report. The video surveillance of the crash. Okay, Detective Glover called Christine Russo back after she texted him about information she wanted him to know. According to Christine Russo, Jamie Baker, an employee of Ohio Business Machines, who is also a bartender at the Pomeroy House restaurant in Strongsville, reported a conversation with an employee of Russo's law firm by the name of Jennifer. Baker mentioned to Jennifer that employees of Pomeroy were talking about how this crash was a result of Mackenzie intentionally driving the car into a wall after an altercation with Dominic. Detective Glover followed up on the information and was unable to confirm the validity, veracity, or the source and content of the information. You love how I say Illyria? How am I supposed to say it? You tell me, I'm creamy. You live there. Illyria? Illyria, is that how I say it? Because I'm thinking like Illyria. Illyria. Okay. Police Lieutenant Galassi and his trainee, Police Lieutenant Zielinski, reported an incident that occurred while they were handling follow-up to an unrelated call at Metro Health ER. According to both officers, Metro Health Police Sergeant Adam Doyle asked them about the status of the investigation. Doyle further added that during Mackenzie's stay at Metro Health, her father told Sergeant Doyle that Mackenzie intentionally drove her vehicle into the building in an attempt to take her own life. Okay? So they're saying that Stephen Shirilla told Sergeant Doyle that Mackenzie deliberately drove her car into the building in an attempt to take her own life. Sergeant Doyle's statement was not documented in the only MHPD report I was able to obtain involving Mackenzie. I called Metro Health Police Department and asked the dispatcher to put me in contact with a sergeant who was dealing with Police Lieutenant Galassi and Zielinski in the ER. Around 500 hours, the dispatcher stated that the sergeant was currently off duty, but identified himself as Adam Doyle, badge number 3. The dispatcher then transferred me to a different supervisor who identified himself as Sergeant Starr, and I explained to Sergeant Starr that I needed to speak with, now he's Sergeant Doyle. He stated Sergeant Doyle works the night shift and will be back on duty on October 11th, 2022. Wow, isn't that funny? That happens a lot where it's like the date that it is. Isn't that crazy? 3 years ago. He also provided me with Sergeant Doyle's email. So then, let's see. After receiving a missed call from Sergeant Doyle, I called him back. He confirmed the encounter with Steve Shirilla took place on August 6th at approximately 1849 hours when MHPD officers were dispatched to Mackenzie's room, number 715, because she was being combative. Sergeant Doyle said Steve Shirilla wanted his daughter to be psychologically evaluated. He explained that no report of the incident was generated because the officers did not use force, and the incident did not qualify as a major disturbance, warranting further documentation. I asked Sergeant Doyle to reply to the email I sent to him and to provide a detailed statement of the encounter. Sergeant Doyle seemed reluctant to get involved, and the information he provided was not clear and concise. I also asked him to pass my contact information along to the other officer listed on MHPD's CAD call for service report badge 777, and he will. I emailed Snapchat law enforcement contacting an update on the status of the search warrant results from Davion's Snapchat account. I called Deanna Fosnight, David Tyler Proctor's mother, to follow up with her on information that was provided by Christine Russo about Tyler being threatened by Mackenzie's mother should he cooperate with my investigation. Deanna did not answer, and I was unable to leave her a voicemail. Let's see. I received a phone call from APA Troop. He told me he talked to Crystal Turner, Lannon's mother, and she agreed to let me interview him. She requested that the interview take place on Friday, 1300 hours, in order to accommodate Lannon's football practice. And then I asked Police Lieutenant Galassi and Zielinski to provide me with signed statements about the encounter with MHPD Sergeant Doyle and the contents of that conversation. Given the differing accounts of the contents of the conversation between the three, I opted to have all of their statements in writing. Okay. October 12th, which is today now, 3 years ago, Sergeant Jeffrey Steving provided me a memorandum outlining his interpretation of the toxicology report. Given his experience as a drug recognition expert, he suggested we focus on the Delta-9 THC level to support a charge of OVI under RC 4511-19A1A, operating a vehicle under the influence of alcohol or drugs of abuse or a combination of them. Mackenzie's, above the, it was OVI above the per se level of marijuana of 2 milligrams over mLs in someone's whole bloodstream. Mackenzie's level was reported to be 10 mg over ml. 10 ng, I'm sorry. And then Sergeant Steving also gave me a supplement signed by Galassi detailing his encounter with Sergeant Doyle. They said Sergeant Doyle first inquired whether they had their body cameras and whether the cameras were recording. They said they were not. Sergeant Doyle proceeded to recount the incident with Davion Shirilla on the day Mackenzie was trying to leave the hospital, presumably to attend Dominic's funeral. Galassi wrote that Doyle stated, Mr. Shirilla stated to him that they had to keep her in the hospital because she already tried to kill herself and she killed those 2 boys. Snapchat provided the data of Davion's Snapchat pursuant to the search warrant upon reviewing the messages and media content from the morning of the crash and the night. I did not find anything on the phone pertaining to the events that might have taken place inside the vehicle from the time it left Brushwood Lane until the crash. Okay. Statement from Sergeant Doyle. So it says on August 13th, approximately 1849 hours, officers were dispatched to the 7A for a disturbance coming from Mackenzie Shirilla's room. When officers arrived, Mackenzie was upset with her dad and wanted him out of the room. At that time, officers spoke to Mr. Shirilla out in the hallway, and he was visibly upset and crying about his daughter, and proceeded to tell us she was in a crash that 2 of her friends died in. He didn't state how the crash occurred, nor did I ask. I was just trying to get him to calm down. At one point in our conversation, he stated he thinks his daughter needed a psych evaluation because she wasn't making sound decisions because she wanted to leave the hospital and go to her friend's funeral. I had him sit in the waiting area to calm down. This was the end of my interaction with Mr. Shirilla. October 13, 2022, Police Lieutenant Zielinski completed a signed supplemental statement about his interaction. Let's see. Let's just get to that one. It says Mackenzie. Where does he start this one? Sergeant Doyle proceeded to tell them about the incident with Steve Shirilla on the day Mackenzie attempted to leave the hospital. According to Zielinski's statement, Sergeant Doyle said Dad, Steve Shirilla, was telling Metro Police they had to keep his daughter at the hospital and should not allow her to leave because she tried to kill herself and just killed her boyfriend and friend. Okay. And then, let's see, Steving left me a second follow-up memorandum for the first one he gave me on October 12th. Steving said he reached out to a friend and colleague, Joseph Jones, a forensic toxicologist, consultant, and crime laboratory director for the North Louisiana Crime Laboratory in Shreveport, Louisiana. In short, Jones said there were currently no levels of THC or any of its metabolites, which determines the degree to which an individual is impaired, and that the reported drugs impair the brain, not the blood. Both memorandums by Steving were digitally uploaded to the network folder, and the original copies were enclosed in the case jacket. Okay. Given the discrepancies in the statements Sergeant Doyle provided compared to the statements of Galassi and Zielinski, I emailed Doyle requesting a formal interview. I also urged him to advise his chain of command of his involvement in this investigation. Okay, I met with APA's Tim Troop and Eben McNair. I updated them on the status of the investigation and provided them with a hard drive containing the contents of my network folder. APA McNair emailed me a grand jury subpoena to be serviced in person to David Tyler Proctor. I called Proctor. He did not answer, and I was unable to leave a message because his voicemail was not set up. I called Proctor's mother, Deanna Fosnight. She did not answer, and I was unable to leave her a message because her mailbox was not set up. I emailed Deanna requesting assistance in locating her son in order to serve him the grand jury subpoena. Detective Glover forwarded a text message to me sent to him by Christine Russo. Mackenzie had texted her about wanting access to Dominic's bedroom. I arrived at Proctor's registered address and in order to contact the knock and talk, and no one answered again. No. So yeah, we're going to get to those messages on their own. Okay. After running a TLO search on Proctor, I arrived at the address, and after knocking, David Nottingham came out. He initially denied knowing Proctor, but confirmed receiving mail addressed to Proctor. He then went back inside to ask his unidentified nephew, AJ, if he knew who Proctor was. Shortly thereafter, Nottingham returned and confirmed that Proctor had been staying at his house with his nephew. I explained to Nottingham that I needed to serve Proctor with a grand jury subpoena. He told me to come back in the evening after Proctor returns from work. According to Nottingham, Proctor just purchased a new blue or green vehicle with the license plate in the back window. No other details were provided. David Proctor came to the police station where I served him with the grand jury subpoena. I explained that he needed to contact APA troop on the phone number listed on the subpoena, and he indicated his willingness to be interviewed by me in lieu of appearing before the grand jury. I gave him my business card and I urged him to contact the prosecutor and to contact me directly when he's ready to be interviewed prior to November 10th, 2022. Okay, Melanie Shabazz. Is that Shabazz? Shabazz. Melanie Shabazz. A case manager at the CCME office emailed me Dominic Russo's medical examiner's report. The autopsy was conducted by Dr. Thomas Gilson on August 1st, 2022. At approximately 6:07 hours, the cause of death was listed as blunt force impact to the head, trunk, and extremities with skeletal, visceral, and soft tissue injuries. PDF version of the report was digitally uploaded to the network folder Dominic Russo. Melanie Shabazz emailed me Davion Flanagan's medical examiner's report. The autopsy was conducted by Dr. Thomas Gilson on August 1st, 2027 at approximately 6:07 hours. The cause of death was listed as multiple blunt force injuries. The PDF version of the report was digitally uploaded to the network folder titled Davion Flanagan. I emailed APA's troop and McNair the autopsy reports and 2 text messages that Mackenzie sent Christine Russo. Russo had voluntarily provided them to Detective Glover. I reviewed contents of Davion's Snapchat account for a second time. I specifically checked recordings and messages from the night of July 30th. Nothing pertaining to the party at the Burlinghouse residence or the drive preceding the crash was documented. The application Life 360 showed Davion's phone being active at the time of the crash. It had been established that he used his phone to comment on a photo sent to him by Tyler Croy on July 31st, 2022 at approximately 5:30 hours. Acting on a request from APA troop, I obtained a subpoena from the Barrera Municipal Court for a phone number used by Mackenzie. I emailed the subpoena to AT&T law enforcement email. 1 minute later, I received an automated reply. Okay, here's Bubba. Remember, Bubba is the one the mother likes on the jail call. She says Bubba's going around and leaving these really long messages. In fact, if you listen to volume 6 that I posted today, she talks about Bubba and reads that long message out. No, that wasn't Bubba's message. That was Bubba's leaving messages. Bubba's really good. He's on the Facebook pages, but this person that left them on the YouTube, it's crazy. And she's going, how would he know that? And then Mackenzie's like, who did that? It's so obvious. It's so obvious. Hi, Megan Els. How are you? So let's go. Detective Glover and I met with Landon Turner and his father, Michael, at the Marietta College Police Department. The 56-minute-long interview took place in a private interview room provided by the hosting agency, and it was audio recorded on a body-worn camera. The main purpose was to shed light on Davion Flanagan. Landon first met Davion in elementary school, and as they progressed through the school system, they got closer and got to know each other well. In high school, the two of them were teammates on the Strongsville High School football team. Landon described Davion as a brother and one of his best friends. Given information previously provided by the Flanagans about Davion having lived with Landon for approximately 2 weeks during their senior year of high school, I asked Landon to shed light on the circumstances that led to the move. According to Landon, Davion approached him asking to stay with him for a week. Upon moving in, Davion ended up staying longer. The cause of the move had to do with internal issues between Davion and his parents. According to Landon, the story Davion told him prior to moving in and the one he discovered after Davion moved out were not the same. The difference in the stories does not pertain to this investigation. I inquired whether Landon and Tyler Proctor were victims of witness intimidation as previously reported, and Landon denied being threatened by anyone, whether over text or in person. According to him, Tyler Proctor and Ahmed Husni were likely the ones who were threatening and intimidating Mackenzie and others because of messages they sent using social media platforms and unsubstantiated allegations of tampering with Mackenzie's vehicle. Landon confirmed that Tyler Proctor had been trying to reach out to him, but Landon had refused to communicate with him. When asked about Davion and Dominic Russo, Landon explained that their relationship had to do with the fact that Dominic had a recording studio in his house and Davion was interested in making music. Landon believed that that was the reason Davion ended up living with and hanging out with Dominic. Next, I asked about how Davion ended up at the residence of Paul Burlinghouse on the evening of the crash, and Landon explained that Davion had spent all day with Mackenzie and Dominic. According to him, they were at the Cleveland Zoo during the day and ended up together at Paul's house. Landon described Davion that night as positive and happy. He further added that Dominic and Mackenzie were cuddling on the couch. He did not believe the couple were fighting, and if they were, it was not apparent to him. The summation of how he described the mood that night was that everybody was having a good time. When asked why Mackenzie, Dominic, and Davion left Paul's house so early in the morning, at approximately 5:30, he said this was normal, that Landon's father confirmed that he had witnessed Landon's friends leaving the Turner house in the early morning hours. Next, I inquired about Dominic and Mackenzie's driving habits. Landon began by describing Dominic as a very careful driver. In talking about Mackenzie driving, he said it wasn't terrible. He confirmed that having been a passenger in a vehicle she operated on Progress Drive and Alameda Drive and going what he described as normal speed. He added that the maximum speed he saw her driving at was 40 to 45 miles per hour on Pearl Road. Landon described never being scared when she drove. Prior to ending the interview, I asked Landon if any of the rumors circulating seemed credible to him. He said his intuition was telling him that Mackenzie passed out immediately before the crash. He elaborated by saying that he used a pendulum and a crystal to communicate with Davion since his death. Admitting that his method of communicating with a deceased person was unreliable, he said the answers he received for his questions led him to believe Mackenzie passed out. Landon did not believe Mackenzie or Davion fell asleep prior to the crash. Landon also mentioned that he and other friends were called to Mackenzie's room while she was receiving treatment at Metro Health because she wanted to leave in order to attend Dominic's funeral. According to him, threats of suicide were made by Mackenzie during her hospital stay. He was unaware of any suicide threats made prior to the crash, especially on the part of Dominic. In describing Dominic and Mackenzie's relationship, Landon said they had a lot of ups and downs, but were close. He said Dominic provided everything for Mackenzie, from groceries to shopping, and that he was her escape. Landon confirmed that Mackenzie's only friend was Rosie Graham, and that Mackenzie was hated by many people around the Strongsville high school community. Okay. This is Ohio State Highway Patrol Sergeant Ryan Fox emailed me the analysis of the EDR data. The 5-page document was shared in the APA troop and McNair, as well as Captain Cizak. The following stood out to me. On page 4, Sergeant Fox explained, prior to the Camry entering the intersection, a loud screeching sound can be heard from the business surveillance camera, but that records the approach and the crash of the Camry. The loud screeching is likely the result of the steering input of the driver and the inability of the tires and friction of the roadway to overcome the forward momentum of the vehicle. The vehicle's tires are likely turned as requested by the steering input reported, but the vehicle is continuing more in its original forward trajectory. This likely indicates manipulation of the steering wheel immediately prior to entering the intersection. To explain the brake light that was illuminated mere fractions of a second prior to the impact, Sergeant Fox noted, per the Toyota master technician as well as various Toyota demonstration videos, these systems, Toyota Service Lane, use various radar and camera systems to provide assistance with crash avoidance. Most of these features include slowing some or all of the vehicle's tires to maintain control and or safe distance from a vehicle or object ahead of the Toyota. When these systems become active, the vehicle will not increase speed but will rather decrease speed. As a result, the system will activate the rear brake lights to indicate the possible slowing of the vehicle to other motorists, even if the driver is not pressing on the brake pedal. Toyota Safety Sense P works at speeds of 7 miles per hour to 110 miles per hour, but does not work with objects that appear in front of the vehicle without prior detection. With the ability of the Safety Sense P system and the extreme driver input for the vehicle prior to the collision, the brake light activation is likely the result of the safety systems working to avoid the impact ahead or return the vehicle to a straight orientation for the direction of travel. This likely indicates that although the steering wheel was manipulated left and right, no braking was applied by the operator. So it's saying that even though that brake light shows they don't believe Mackenzie applied any brakes. They think it was just in the system, the Toyota system, safety system. Okay, Cuyahoga County Clerk of Court of Criminal Division emailed me a new search warrant. Okay. Christopher Martin, who goes by the nickname Hench, this is November 1st, came to the police station accompanied by Christine Russo. I interviewed Christopher in a private room while Christine waited in the lobby. I requested to interview Hench to document the incident on the highway that occurred approximately 1 week before the crash on July 17th, 2022. Hench began by explaining that he had known Dominic through his mother for the past 3 years. Let's see. On the day of the incident, Hench was at Christine Russo's house when Dominic called her wanting to be picked up from Mackenzie's vehicle. According to Hench, Dominic was upset with Mackenzie. The exact reason is unknown, although Hench speculated it might have had something to do with Mackenzie wanting to visit a friend of hers. Christine asked Hench if he could pick up Dominic because she was sick. Hench got into his vehicle, called Dominic's cell phone, and while he was on the phone with Dominic, trying to figure out where he was at, he overheard Mackenzie tell Dominic that she will crash the car. Hench caught up to them on I-71 northbound between Pearl Road exit and the Bagley Road exit. Upon pulling behind the vehicle Mackenzie was operating, Hench stated he observed Mackenzie, who was in the driver's seat, strike Dominic. On the ride back from the interstate to the Russo residence, Dominic complained to Hench about Mackenzie. Dominic reportedly said Mackenzie drives like a maniac. Hench further explained that approximately 20 minutes after arriving at the Russo residence, Mackenzie's father showed up, wanting to collect Mackenzie's belongings from Dominic's house. I double-checked with Hench to confirm what he overheard Mackenzie tell Dominic when they were on the highway. Hench said he heard her say, "She'll crash this car right now." Hench picked up Dominic. And when they left the area, Mackenzie was still in her vehicle, stopped at the highway. Hench described Dominic as being upset after the incident, but not angry. He confirmed that Dominic and Mackenzie broke up during the incident, but got back together 2 days later. Hench speculated that Dominic perceived Mackenzie's threats as only threats. When Hench was asked if he was ever a passenger in a vehicle operated by Mackenzie, he said, no. The inflection of his voice led me to believe he had more to say about her driving. When I asked to explain, he said, "I've seen her drive down the street by herself, so I'm not getting in that car with her." He added that she drove 100 miles per hour, left foot, I think he means lead foot. He recalled observing her leaving the parking lot of Dunkin' Donuts one day and heard the tires squeal as she turned onto the roadway. According to him, Dominic knew Mackenzie drove crazy and told her to slow it down, but did not express fear of being in the vehicle with her. November 3rd, 2022. Email Jamie Flanagan about Halloween. I received the following email from Jamie Flanagan. Additionally, she attached 4 videos taken from Rosie Graham's public TikTok account. The videos show Mackenzie and Rosie in an unidentified hotel room dancing in Halloween costumes. The email was forwarded to APA Troop Ed McNair, and the photos were uploaded to the network folder. Okay, and Mrs. Flanagan says, my daughter's friend shared a TikTok post with us from Rosie's account that includes Kenzie. These were posted Sunday, 10/30/2022, and appear to be taken in a hotel room. I believe the third girl is Rosie's college roommate, so I would assume the location is somewhere near the university. Our family was so upset to see these. While we are deeply mourning Davion's death and trying to figure out how to endure our first real holiday without him, Kenzie is out enjoying life and most likely getting ready to go out for a college Halloween party. I believe Rosie's TikTok account is public because I was able to view her other posts. There was one on the 9th of October where Rosie is talking about someone not feeling like home anymore because they betrayed her. Assuming that this is about Landon, since he finally decided to sit for the police interview and she is refusing to talk. I will attach that video as well. Thank you for all that you are doing to help get justice for Davion. We appreciate you and your thorough investigation. Detective Glover and I filed the search warrants and the returns with the Cuyahoga County Clerk of Courts Okay, Jamie Flanagan emailed me a video and 3 screenshots of comments made to Rosie Graham's public TikTok. The comments were about Rosie's and Mackenzie's Halloween costumes, according to unidentified TikTok user whose screen name is your grand grandpa's left nipple. Okay. The girl on the left, Mackenzie, is a drink. It's a juice mixed with random alcohols and random drugs, usually Zaza. It's usually served in a white cap too. Then the girl on the right, Rosie, is Zaza, aka weak, LOL. Screenshots have been uploaded to the SPD network folder. Oh, they wrote that there. Okay. Arrest warrant on November 4th. Assistant prosecuting attorney Joanna Winery and I appeared before Judge Thomas O'Malley. Okay, and Judge O'Malley signed the arrest warrant. Mackenzie was charged with the following: aggravated murder, felonious assault, aggravated vehicular homicide, drug trafficking, drug possession, possession of criminal tools, breaking and entering, vandalism, desecration. Mackenzie was taken into custody. I called Mackenzie's attorney, Jim McDonnell, to inform him of her arrest. He said he was displeased that her arrest was made on a Friday afternoon. I called Scott Flanagan, Davion's father, and informed him of Mackenzie's arrest. I called Christine Russo, Dominic's mother, and informed her of the arrest. Police Lieutenant Mendice and Police Lieutenant Hayes transported Mackenzie to the Cuyahoga County Juvenile Court Detention Center, and they arrived at 16:56 hours. AT&T complied with the subpoena for Mackenzie's phone records, and they provided 6 PDF files containing a variety of information. Although the records show the phone has been used until October 25, 2022, it is unknown who was using the phone. Okay, I called November 7th. I called Scott Flanagan to check on his family. He said they were doing okay and that they avoid social media as best they can. I also informed him that Mackenzie will have her initial appearance in court this morning at 9. Search warrant reply. Apple responded. Okay, Detective Glover and I appeared at the Cuyahoga County Juvenile Court, Judge Jennifer O'Malley's courtroom. She's O'Malley. Who was the judge? Wait a minute. Which judge was this one? Judge O'Malley. Okay, they just said Judge O'Malley. All right. Judge O'Malley's courtroom for Mackenzie's arraignment. She was denied bond. An attorney-only conference was scheduled for November 28th of 2022 at 1400 hours. Detective Glover and I updated both the Russo and Flanagan family as the outcome of Mackenzie's arraignment. I called Husni Ahmad to obtain the full names and contact information. Where are we? For Logan and Nina. Husni did not answer. I left him a voicemail. I called Tyler Patrick Croy to obtain the same information I wanted from Husni. Tyler did not answer and his mailbox was full. I called Daniel Graham, Rosie's father. Although Rosie's an adult, we wanted to ensure she planned on contacting APA Troop prior to the scheduled grand jury on November 10th. After identifying himself as a retired police chief, Mr. Graham denied knowing about the subpoena. He requested I email him a copy. Shortly after hanging up, I emailed him a copy of the subpoena. His daughter did not comply with the subpoena. I called Kyle Harper to inquire about the phone call with Dominic on July 30th. Kyle did not answer. I left him a voicemail. Detective Glover informed me that he found messages on Mackenzie's Snapchat accounts pointing to suspected sex-related offenses. Okay, November 8th, a State Farm agent contacted me wanting information about releasing the Toyota. According to him, Natalie Shirilla contacted the agency. I explained to the agent who called from the number that the vehicle was currently being kept by SPD as evidence. I advised him to have Natalie Shirilla contact her attorney, who in turn needs to contact the prosecutor should he have any questions or requests pertaining to the vehicle's status. Okay. I called Husni Ahmad and Tyler Croy for a second time. Neither of them answered. I left Husni another voicemail requesting a callback regarding information he had previously provided, and I was unable to leave a voicemail for Croy. Detective Glover shared with me a string of Snapchat messages that he found on Mackenzie's account. The messages were exchanged with 7 different users, and they pertain to a suspected sex-related offense. After consulting with APA Troop, the decision was made to further investigate the suspected sex crimes to ensure Mackenzie was not being victimized. And let me see something here. Okay, this is 2 bands to link, 1K for pics, 1K for 2K link, you for real doing meets. You can have 4 straps, 15. Send me a band and we can link up. And it's really horrible stuff here. So let me I'll read it to you over here, but I have to read it creatively, okay? So you have to follow me on this one. It's kind of like with the Seaver stuff, okay? So she's someone sending her a message asking her to do something to her private parts, and asking her stuff about what happens when she reaches the high point, okay? And then another person says, you get cash money in person. No effing way will I send you anything up front, especially $1,000. Let me know when and where you want to do it. Okay, so yeah, so there's evidence that she was getting, hold on a minute, what just happened to my, okay, here we go. Okay, so they contacted the Ohio Internet Crimes Against Children and spoke with the analyst. After explaining to her what I was investigating, I asked her for assistance. None of the usernames were flagged by her various databases. Hunter Vela, the client relations specialist at Fire and Explosion Consultants, emailed me a link to download the photos and videos captured by the forensic examiner Mark Sargent. There was 1 video recording and 100 still photos uploaded. Okay, I called Tyler Croy to follow up. I inquired whether he had access to Davion's Life 360 application and whether he had screenshots of the speeds at which Mackenzie's vehicle was traveling after they left Brushwood Lane. But before turning onto Progress Drive, inquiry explained that the application only displays the top speed. I then inquired about Nina. He was able to identify her as Nina Iani. I obtained 7 subpoenas from the Barrera Municipal Court for the Snapchat accounts listed in the above string of messages. I served Snapchat subpoenas on all of those people. I returned a voicemail from Kyle Harper. He stated that he was not the person who received a goodbye message from Dominic. He said that person was Kyle Smith. November 9th, 2022, I received multiple emails from Jamie Flanagan containing screenshots taken from social media accounts belonging to Rosie Graham and Mackenzie. The photos show Mackenzie, her friend Rosie, and Nina in Halloween costumes. The videos were recorded during Halloween 2022. They were uploaded to SPD's network file and shared with APA Troop. Jamie Flanagan emailed me a screenshot from the Strongsville Police Facebook page in which a user identified as Aliana Perez wrote about being bullied by Mackenzie. I called Kyle Smith after obtaining his phone number from Christine Russo. Kyle confirmed receiving a text message from Dominic on July 31st at approximately 2:53 hours saying, "Love you, Kyle." Upon further questioning, Kyle explained he befriended Dominic in 2018 and the two of them became close friends. Kyle confirmed having not seen Dominic within the month leading up to his death. According to him, Dominic and Mackenzie's relationship was rocky. When asked if Dominic ever expressed concerns about his safety around Mackenzie, Kyle said no. He further added the only concern Dominic ever expressed about Mackenzie was that she would act crazy. Although Kyle was never a passenger in a vehicle operated by Mackenzie, he said he did not feel safe being in a car with her. He did not elaborate any further. TikTok complied with the search warrants for Mackenzie's 3 accounts. Now, this is what the girl said, that Mrs. Flanagan said, "This is the girl who told me to take my own life and to go throw up over a toilet in high school. If you knew Kenzie, you wouldn't feel sorry for her. She took Dom and Dave's life. They will never be able to have kids. They will never be able to get married or follow their dreams. She should have thought about that before she got behind the wheel." Broadview Heights, Lieutenant Tim Scarborough emailed Detective Glover body camera footage from the traffic stop conducted by Broadview Heights Police on I-77 when Mackenzie was taken into custody. The videos were uploaded to the network folder and were emailed directly to the APAs. APA Troop informed me that neither David Tyler, Proctor, nor Rosie complied with the grand jury subpoena. So they both did not comply with it. Did you all hear at the end of the video, Kenzie says? Yes, it's in the phone calls that her life was taken from her too. Yeah, I have it up on, I'm sure it's in the calls and in the videos. I have that, or they will be added. That was in the phone calls, wasn't it, Denise, Gwen? Welcome. People defended Natalie, saying she was a good mom. Well, Tia Marie, there were a lot of fake profiles created too. The Northeast Ohio Regional Fusion Center emailed me information they were able to collect on Snapchat users. David Tyler Proctor came to the police station. He agreed to be interviewed in lieu of appearing before the grand jury. Samantha Durkin emailed me screenshots of the TikTok account Labrador Right Bay, believed to make Mackenzie's. The messages were harassing in nature. The screenshots and her email were added to a network folder. Detective Glover emailed Snapchat's law enforcement portal. Okay, so they have, this is These of particular importance are the following photos and messages that may shed light on the suspected sex offenses we are investigating. So, you know, it looks like there's lots of them in July. So that's when Dom was really very upset about what she was doing, right? So that has to be when she was really amping it up and doing that stuff. What did she say again? It was the very last video that was uploaded tonight. Oh, was it in the phone calls, hon? Yeah, it's in the phone calls in volume 6, Denise. Yeah, she says her life was taken from her. She says, I don't know, a few calls. She says, oh my gosh, I don't want to get out of here when I'm an old lady and my life is taken from me, right? Aw, thanks, MSL. Carolyn, you are awesome. Thank you, MSL. Yeah, it says that in the phone calls. She says that, right? I don't want to lose my whole life, yada, 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 yada. She's always talking like that. Okay. But she does say that, yeah, and she says, exactly, I was listening while I was cleaning today, and you're right, Denise, and I don't have the exact word of it, but it's like, yeah, my whole life's been taken from me or something, and I was like, whole life's been taken from you. No, you still have your life, girl. Okay, so these are all, wow, but a lot of them in July. Look at that. David Tyler Proctor arrived at the police station to be interviewed by Detective Glover. Okay, I explained to Proctor that he was not in custody and that he could leave anytime he wanted. The interview room door remained open. Proctor has known Mackenzie for approximately 3 years. They were part of the same group of friends and dated during the summer preceding their sophomore year of high school. Proctor was also friends with Dominic, even though they both found out that Mackenzie was dating both of them concurrently. Proctor and Mackenzie talked on and off after their relationship had ended. When asked to describe his relationship with Mackenzie, Proctor stated she was all over the place, like any other girl. But then he explained that there was a crazy side to her. He recalled during freshman year of high school, Mackenzie saying she was no longer getting high from smoking marijuana because of how much she supposedly smoked on a regular basis. He also mentioned an incident when Mackenzie contacted several friends that shared a group chat thread to ask them what to wear to school. When I asked him if he thought she was mentally stable, he said he did not think she was, and added that he believed the crash was a result of her trying to kill herself after getting into an argument with Dominic. According to Proctor, Mackenzie never directly made suicidal statements, but he reportedly heard her making statements about hating her life. He also mentioned that Mackenzie would threaten Dominic. I asked Proctor if Mackenzie ever threatened him. I explained to him that his own mother was the one who conveyed this information to me, and Proctor denied being threatened by Mackenzie, but confirmed that Dominic had been, When I inquired whether the threats towards Dominic involved physical harm or just breakup, Proctor said Mackenzie only threatened to hurt herself. Detective Glover questioned Proctor about Mackenzie's driving, particularly whether he was aware of road rage incidents involving her. Proctor said he was unaware of continuous rage incidents, but only incidents of what could be described as impatience. Proctor confirmed having been a passenger in a vehicle Mackenzie operated on a couple of occasions, one being their double date to Cedar Point. That also included Proctor's current girlfriend and Dominic. Proctor recalled Dominic and Mackenzie being involved in an argument of some sort that impacted Mackenzie's ability to drive them home in a safe manner. Proctor did not believe Mackenzie is a good driver. He further described her as careless in general. Mackenzie was also described by Proctor as being a bully who made fun of people. According to him, she was disliked by many of her peers. This was substantiated by Samantha Durkin, who emailed me screenshots from Mackenzie's fake TikTok account, threatening to use a taser on her. Well, we saw Mackenzie threaten to use a taser on people in the text messages. Hey, Jen, Proctor. Okay, hold on, let me look at your chat. Remember when we heard Kenzie threaten to use a taser on, who was it, Blair or Kyle, right? Liza Ann says, but didn't know when she would do it, maybe. I believed when she lied about him grabbing the steering wheel was a pre-setup and a redirect because it was she that was grabbing the steering wheel. Tia Marie says, yes, I think the move was the first consonant to the end of the word. Add ease before one of the vowels. Oh, you're talking about that? Okay. Liza Ann says, I kind of think she had a plan for some time. Okay. So, threatening to use a taser on her, and in another incident that was posted in a Strongsville police Facebook page by Aliana Perez after Mackenzie's arrest. And that's the one I just read to you. Next, I inquired about Mackenzie's state of mental health based on what Proctor knew from the time they dated. Proctor said he believed she had mental health issues based on her statements and that she was unable to get high from smoking marijuana and that she had a lot going for her. Proctor confirmed that Mackenzie's parents knew she used to smoke marijuana. He recalled having smoked marijuana in the backyard of her residence. He described both her parents as nice, with her dad attempting to be an authority figure. According to him, Mackenzie was spoiled and was never disciplined by them. Detective Glover asked Proctor if he knew of Mackenzie using any type of controlled substance besides marijuana. He said he heard that she used cocaine at parties and occasionally tripped. Proctor stated Davion texted him earlier in the day on Saturday, July 30th, asking him if he wanted to drop acid with him. Dominic, Mackenzie, and Joey. Proctor said he refused. Upon inquiring whether he believed an argument happened in the vehicle preceding the crash, Proctor answered in the affirmative based on how he had seen Mackenzie and Dominic argue. According to Proctor, immediately after the crash, Landon Turner told Proctor that Mackenzie and Dominic were arguing upon leaving Paul Burlinghouse's residence. Proctor added that the day after the crash, Landon changed his story. He further stated that Landon had mentioned the story about the argument to other individuals who were present at the memorial. Proctor denied being threatened by anyone and about not talking to the police, and rejected the idea that Davion, Dominic, and Mackenzie would have had a pact to take their lives. He believes Mackenzie drove that vehicle into that wall to end her own life. The interview was audio recorded. Okay, November 14th. Snap complied with a subpoena. Having communication with subscribers suspected of having communication with Mackenzie that was sexual in nature. November 15th, I requested the official measurements for Progress Drive. Okay, let's see here. Cuyahoga County Court of Common Pleas Judge John Russo signed a search warrant for Mackenzie's Cash App account. I filed a search warrant for iCloud, TikTok, and Pinterest with Cuyahoga County Clerk of Courts. I served Cash App the search warrant by submitting it electronically. I received a reply from Block indicating that the search resulted in 0 accounts for username only identified. They requested Mackenzie's email address to be included as an identifier. I appeared before Judge William McGinty of the Cuyahoga County Court of Common Pleas with an updated search warrant for Mackenzie's Cash App account. The warrant included her email address as an identifier. I served Block Inc. a second search warrant for Mackenzie's Cash App account. Okay, I called the Foreign Language Department at Baldwin Wallace University in an attempt to identify the language spoken by Mackenzie and her mother on the recorded jail call. No one answered. I left a voicemail requesting a call back. A short time later, I received a call from Dr. Nadia Sahili, the chair of the Department of World Languages. She asked me to email the audio clip. Okay. TikTok responded to the search warrant by providing data from 3 accounts associated with Mackenzie: Baby Kush, Baby Cushy, and Lil Kenzie Baby. Upon reviewing contents from the accounts, 24 total video clips stood out. They were added to a subfolder titled TikTok Evidence. Nothing in TikTok was directly related to the crash. The videos showed Mackenzie smoking suspected marijuana and displaying her collection of sneakers. Okay. Dr. Nadia Saheli emailed me the following. I let 2 other language instructors listen, and we were all on the same page. We all don't think that what we are hearing here is a natural spoken language. It most likely seems to be digitally scrambled. I thought of your suggestion about it being a Pig Latin or argot, and I think you're right. But given the speed at which it is spoken, it is unlikely to be natural. The cadence and phonetics of speaker number 1 are all clearly American English. The 2-syllable rhythm we are hearing seems to be the effect of some digital intervention. I emailed Plitko and spoke with the president. I wanted to know the estimated damages to the building. She explained that repairs are still being conducted, and she believes all the work will be completed in the spring of 2023. As of the time of the writing, she estimates her loss at $85,000. I called Mark Sargent to update him on the status of the investigation. I also inquired on the possibility of determining the speeds prior to the 5 seconds provided in the EGR. Sargent said he'll communicate it to Captain Zizek and make the necessary arrangements. I emailed Ohio State Highway Patrol Sergeant Ryan Fox, requesting assistance with reconstructing the crash. Okay, so that he's that. Let's Christine Russo, December 12, 2022, contacted Detective Glover wanting to access her son's cell phone. She suggested bringing a new phone to the police station and transferring data pertaining to his online investments using Wi-Fi. I conveyed her request to APA Troop. He said he will contact her directly. December 16th, the language spoken by Mackenzie and her mother was tentatively identified as Carney Talk. See a video found on YouTube titled Carney Talk, a unique language. I received an email from Block Inc. informing me that 0 Cash App accounts associated with Mackenzie's email were found in their system. A digital copy of the reply was uploaded. APA Troop informed me that Mackenzie was denied bail. She will remain in jail until the probable cause hearing, which is yet to be determined. I called Scott Flanagan and updated him, while Detective Glover updated Christine Russo. I emailed East Cleveland Investigator Harrington audio clips in which Mackenzie and her mother Natalie communicated in Carney Talk. East Cleveland Police Department Investigator F. Harrington emailed the following. After listening to this, I let a good friend who I trust listen to it, and we come up with the same thing, attached a picture of what we heard. We heard similar things. The hospital one is talking about her purse, which is plain English. Hopefully, this helps you in some way. And they translated it, can you tell the doctor to write a note that I need to go home, seizures. I don't think I can do this. I'm scared, Mom. Mom says, I don't think so because, and then she says, I'm in so much pain. Sergeant Adam McQuaid, a crash reconstructionist from Southwest Crash Investigation Group, emailed me the analysis of the EDR. A digital copy was uploaded to the SPD network. The 9-page report was completed by Brooklyn, Ohio Police Sergeant Adam McQuaid. Sergeant McQuaid is an accident reconstructionist. His report was reviewed and approved by Captain Tanya Sezak of Parma Heights Police Department. Sergeant McQuaid relied on the same data extracted and used by Sergeant Fox. The findings in both reports were consistent. Following points stood out to me. Section 3.0, the EDR inside of the vehicle is not always recording. It is a system that is woken up by a change in delta V, which is the change of velocity over time. Toyota records in real time as the event is occurring. This means that as the crash is occurring, there are forces acting on the vehicle. Every time the force is strong enough to trigger an event, a new trigger event is created in the Toyota report. Toyota's ETR also is activated in other events, such as a rollover. The car does not need to completely roll over to trigger a rollover event. There just needs to be enough force on the car to signal the EDR to record. This can happen if there is an abrupt turning at a high speed. There are 3 types of event types listed in the report: frontal crash, side crash, and a rollover. Based on the photographs from the scene and the vehicle, the most substantial damage was to the front of the vehicle. Trigger 11 is the event created when the vehicle struck the wall. The event is listed as frontal rear side crash, triggering all crash sensors. The delta V value maxed out at negative 37.3 over a period of 234.5 milliseconds or 0.2345 seconds. The crash linked to trigger 11 also destroyed the EDR, causing all future speed and data to be invalid. All events after trigger 11 can be linked to forces continuing to act on the car as the crash event continued. The pre-crash data from trigger 11 shows that the accelerator percent was at 100 continuously before the crash. The engine throttle decreased starting at 2.10 seconds prior to the event. This caused the car to lose some speed prior to impact. A review of the scene photographs could explain the decrease in engine throttle without a decrease in accelerator percentage. The scene photographs show that the vehicle struck a curb prior to striking the wall, and this could have caused the drive wheels to leave their road surface, which would cause a decrease in engine throttle. The curb could also explain TRG9. TRG9 could have been triggered when the wheels contacted the ground after striking the curb. That would explain why it was registered as a frontal impact with only a small delta V. The vehicle was traveling with the accelerator pedal fully engaged, hard steering event before striking the curb, and continuing until it struck the building, causing the damage. EDR data also showed that at no point was the service brake applied. EDR report shows that the accelerator pedal was pressed to 100% at least 4.75 seconds prior to the hard steering event that triggered the EDR to wake up and start recording. The purpose of the investigation into suspected sex offenses committed by Mackenzie was for the purpose of confirming or dispelling the possibility of Mackenzie having been victimized and forced into committing unwanted acts. Detective Glover and I reviewed approximately 31,697 pages of material. This is what we reviewed, right? Containing 92,945 text messages between Mackenzie and Dom beginning January 2020 until July 30th, 2022. The messages were obtained pursuant to the search warrant for Mackenzie's cell phone. Messages indicate that Mackenzie voluntarily engaged in suspected sex acts with other people, likely in exchange for monetary value, without being forced to commit those acts. Okay. January 25th, 2022, Mackenzie wrote, "You realize I'm just going to go get a sugar daddy and start selling feet pics, and I'm going to be doing just fine. So this is really your last chance to handwrite me an apology or fix this, or we're really done." March 5th, Dominic wrote, "Yeah, you let a dude F your feet for money like 6 months ago." Mackenzie wrote, "We were broken up." Mackenzie added, "We were broken up, and it was feet, LMAOA. Once again, then leave." June 8th, 2022, Dominic wrote, "Yeah, I love you, but last time you started hanging with her, you literally let her sell your body to that random dude." Dominic added, "And she hooked up with the dude." And she hooked you up with the dude. Mackenzie replied, "We were broken up, and it was just my feet. Do you think about it more than I think about it?" Dominic wrote, "You ran off and became a prostitute." Mackenzie replied, "Because I don't personally think it's bad, but if you do and we are together, then I'm not going to do it." Dominic wrote, "You could never tell your family you were a prostitute." Mackenzie replied, "Because it's only my business and it is not prostitution." June 25th, 2022, Dominic wrote, "Kenzie, there is always going to be problems if you hanging with someone who got a dude to F your feet for money." I called Nina Ianni. She was one of the people present at Paul Burlinghouse's residence on the eve of the crash, July 30th, 2022. I wanted to hear from her whether an altercation between Dominic and Mackenzie had taken place. Although Landon Turner said there was no altercation, Tyler Proctor said he overheard Landon at the memorial indicate that when Mackenzie and Dominic left Paul's house, they were arguing. Nina's mother, Rachel Ryman, answered. After explaining to her the reason for my call, she said Nina was not going to talk because she has nothing to say. I informed her of my intent to convey her message to APA Troop. While reviewing the contents of Mackenzie's text messages from her phone, I noticed the following text messages between her and the Strongsville High School therapist, Carrie Jankar. Okay, this is Mrs. Jankar. Remember she talks about her? So May 10th, 2021 at 1:22, Jankar said, "Hey, so I have to write a diagnostic summary to try and get this expulsion lifted. Are you okay with me talking about your anxiety and how you sometimes react with a fight, flight, or freeze response due to post-traumatic experiences?" It's what they are basically saying. We need to prove to get you out of this situation. And this was regarding a road rage incident at the Polaris Career Center. Middlebrook Heights Police does not have a record of this incident. Okay, September 17th, 2021, Mackenzie texted, like, I literally don't even live in my house. I'm not even around my sister. I just moved in with Dom. This was regarding proof of vaccination at SHS. February 16th, Jan Carr texted Mackenzie stating, make sure you're taking care of your mental health and physical health. You know that's my job to stay on you about that. Mackenzie replied, it's going down. February 16th, 2022. Mackenzie texted the following messages. I don't have DMDD or whatever that is, LMAO. Maybe before you text my mom, you can actually talk to me about diagnosing me, because I think I would know before her. Rude. I'm not taking medication, and when I'm 18 years old, I am moving out of this house, and I will have no contact or a little contact with my family because we do not get along for various reasons. So next time you try to diagnose me, come to me first, what you should have done. Just because I'm verbal about standing up for myself when there's things I don't like, it does not mean I have depressive mood disorder. Text between Mackenzie and Dominic regarding the highway incident. This happened July 17th. Mackenzie says, I will never forgive you for this. I will never forgive your mom either. Mackenzie says, clearly, she only cares about your life and if you're going to jail, which is actually the most sad thing ever. Then Mackenzie says, you're too immature to even work out any of this out. You can't even apologize for telling me to shut up. You definitely can't apologize for doing any of this. Mackenzie then says, now I have to look forward to you ending my life anytime we argue. Like, how am I not supposed to be afraid? Dominic, Kenzie, you effing tripping is all I'ma say. Mackenzie, LOL. Dominic, you threaten to end my life all the time. Dominic, bye. Mackenzie, it's okay. All I care about is you trying to end my life, and you put it in your hands on the steering wheel and trying to end it. Mackenzie says, nobody does that to somebody they love. Okay. Summary. So it says, notable messages between Mackenzie and Christine Russo. Multiple text messages exist between Mackenzie and Christine Russo. The most notable one took place on July 17, 2022, after the incident on I-71. This was the incident in which both Mackenzie and Dominic accused each other of trying to intentionally crash the vehicle Mackenzie was driving while on I-71. In short, Mackenzie tells Christine to come get Dominic because he reportedly grabbed the steering wheel on the highway, trying to spin out the car and hurt her. Mackenzie further stated that she was scared because it was raining and she needed Christine to pick her up. Psychological assessment of Dominic Russo. I received a copy of Dominic Russo's psychological assessment. The 19-page PDF document was dated September 21st, 2021, and was signed by Roshina Crosby, a licensed social worker at Community Assisted Restoration Services CARES. The assessment was ordered by the Barrera Municipal Court relating to an assault incident unrelated to this investigation. The document was digitally uploaded and was to the network folder under Dominic Russo tab. A hard copy was also enclosed in the case jacket. No psychological issues were reported. Okay. July 25th, 2023, I emailed Debbie Shiroki at Metro Health's Medical Records Office requesting the certificate of accuracy authenticity for the 2 PDF documents containing Mackenzie's medical records. Later that day, Shiroki emailed me a PDF document with the requested certification. I uploaded the document to the network folder and emailed it to the APA. Okay. Now, BMV BMV investigator Michelle Raminsky hand-delivered 5 printouts of Mackenzie's application for driver's license with certificates of authenticity and accuracy for each document. The 10 pages were scanned and uploaded to the network folders. The documents are September 18, 2019, Mackenzie was issued a permanent ID card. October 7, 2020, Mackenzie was issued a temporary permit with Natalie Shirilla, her co-signer. April 22nd, 2021, Mackenzie was issued an original driver's license. Natalie Shirilla was her co-signer. October 21st, 2022, she was issued a duplicate driver's license. No co-signer since she was 18 years old. October 21st, 2022, she was issued a duplicate driver's license. No co-signer since she was 18 years old. So, October 21st. Okay, they put that in twice. Okay, I was going to say, why'd she get 2? In all 5 documents, Mackenzie responded in the negative when asked if she suffered from a condition that resulted in episodic impairment of consciousness or loss of muscular control, suffered from a physical or mental condition that prevented her from exercising reasonable and ordinary control of a motor vehicle, was chemically dependent on alcohol or drug of abuse, or currently using alcohol or drug of abuse. She answered in the negative to all of those. Okay. So now let me go back to, hang on. Okay, let me see here. Shirilla. Hang on. Dominic Russo. Okay. Reports is where I want to go. Okay. So then there's Glover's this is Glover. Let's see. Where the heck is my mouse? Come on, mouse. Don't die on me now. Hold on, I gotta check my battery on my mouse here. Sometimes it needs to be tweaked. Here we go. Okay. This is after the accident. He arrived with Detective Jesus at the Metro Health Medical Center, where they met with Mackenzie Shirilla and Natalie Shirilla. Mackenzie was in a hospital bed with, according to Natalie, 2 broken legs, 2 broken arms, and basically everything broken from the neck down. That's what Natalie told her. According to Natalie Shirilla, she was due to have surgery on her right arm that afternoon. Shirilla was in obvious and visual pain and cried from the emotional trauma of the MVA. During our Jesus and Glover brief conversation with Natalie and Shirilla, they advised that Dominic Russo had been Shirilla's boyfriend for approximately the last 4 years, and that he was part of their family. As the conversation continued, Natalie determined that they should probably speak to an attorney prior to answering any questions. And at this time, Detective Jesus provided his business card for the family to provide to their lawyer if and when they retain one. Both Natalie and Mackenzie expressed concern over the comments and photographs being shared via various social media sites. Detective Hazoo and I explained that Strongsville Police Department could only control the flow of information from the Strongsville Police Department social media pages, and that Strongsville Police Department social media pages would not allow false information to be spread. Prior to their leaving, Natalie and Mackenzie asked about the status of Mackenzie's cell phone, to which we explained the cell phone was being held as evidence and could be returned once the device was dumped for information and or data that would help investigators. Okay, and then they got the Snapchats. Baby Cash. Here's her TikToks, Baby Cushy, Little Kin Baby, Baby Kush. I'm just trying to see if there's anything different that you want to read. Not there. Let's see. Snapchat investigation. All right. Let me see what these are. So I don't know what he has here. Let's see. These are about the cards. And she has stuff. That's when she was like selling stuff, right? Snapchat videos and photographs. Okay, they have the breaking and entry. They have them using the stuff. Nudity. These photographs will not be included, but it says that the file contains 4 photographs and 1 video depicting different levels of nudity. 2 of the photographs are of female breasts. The photos do not show the individual's face, but they are believed to be those of Shirilla's, taken as a selfie. Additionally, these 2 photos are listed as chat media by Snapchat, indicating that those images were shared and or taken from a chat between Shirilla and another user. Another video is a selfie taken by Shirilla of herself nude in the bathroom, in which she slightly covers her nipples, but is essentially totally nude. The image is labeled Memories, indicating that it was taken and saved within Shirilla's user profile. The 4th photo file is labeled Memories and is a label attached to a 3rd photo. The label reads, "The stripper pole will be going back up," and was placed over the top of the 3rd photo prior to it being shared. The only video in the file depicts Shirilla taking a video of herself moving or dancing to music in what appears to be a closet in her bedroom. In this video, Shirilla is seen wearing only boxer shorts while being topless. Shrilla's breasts are slightly covered by her hair, but as she moves, they can be seen. The images contained in the file were all taken and shared prior to Shirilla turning 18, which indicates possible violations of sharing stuff with a child. Okay. Let's see. Talk about the road rage incidents. Her fake ID. This is several conversations with Rosie Graham, and Shirilla, where they engage in drug trafficking activities. Shirilla mentions that she has been talking with Dom about tipping, which is a term commonly associated with the use of psychedelic drugs, such as psilocybin mushrooms or LSD. She states that Dom is being weird about tripping, and then states he ruins everything. As the conversation continues with Rosie Graham, states, "Me and Bubba, Landon Turner, are going camping tomorrow. We got to buy some shrooms from Dom. Okay, so they show like multiple conversations between her and Rosie. Transactions for drugs, right? Shirilla's acting as a middleman. I've got lots of texts between her and Rosie, all just talking about drugs. And a conversation continued on July 15th. Plans came into action as seen above. Rosie Graham advised Mackenzie, I think Davion Flanagan is coming too. LMFAO, do you care? To which Shirilla replies, bet. The two parties discuss how many shrooms Graham and Turner are going to need since they've tripped 4 days prior. Okay, so there's all stuff about psychedelics and stuff. Okay, it says, based on training and experience, I highlight that again. We see Graham ordering drugs from her plug on behalf of Turner, Burlinghas, and Nina. Graham places the order with the intent of providing these psilocybin mushrooms to others. The order for 9.5 grams was located on Shirilla's person, down her pants, by the Barrera, Ohio Fire Department medics after Shirilla was extracted from her vehicle following the fatal MVA. The psilocybin mushrooms located on Shirilla and seen being ordered by Graham were found to be 6.91 grams in weight, indicating that someone at the party that night used or obtained approximately 2.5 grams. The psilocybin mushrooms located on Shirilla's person were sent to the Cuyahoga County Regional Forensic Science Laboratory for chemical analysis testing, which determined the drugs to be 6.91 grams of psilocybin with a probability of 95.4% certainty. A Schedule 1 drug and laboratory. Let me see this. Baby Cushy. Okay. Yeah, this one is, this video is there in the files. And this one says, this is still from that video where she says, I'm not even cool. I'm just one of those girls that can do a lot of drugs and not die. Yeah, she says that there in one of those TikToks. And let's see here. Under the account, investigators found 142 videos posted by Shirilla. Of those videos, 19 were marked as having evidentiary value. 9 of the videos displayed marijuana usage, or suggested marijuana usage. 6 of the videos displayed some sort of mean or bullying type behavior. Although the videos can be construed as a joke, they go to the attitude and behavior Shirilla commonly displays. 3 of the videos show money or belongings and show Shirilla suggesting she has nicer things than others, and one video contains music at the end of which she states, I am the girl you die for. In context, the song is stating that she has a figure like a pinup and wants to be adored, then states that she is the girl you die for, meaning that she is so great one would do anything for her. Okay, and there is some stuff I don't want to put out there with, let's see. Under the account, investigators found 38 videos posted by Shirilla. Of the 38, 2 were found to have evidentiary value. One video shows a comment another user made to Shirilla, which read, what exactly do you make? And in the video, Shirilla is showing her closet and her belongings to an audio that states, broke people should never laugh, now hold on, then a gunshot sound. In addition, Shirilla posted a banner over the video stating, more than you, with a smiling emoji. In the second video, Shirilla and Dominic are in a bathroom believed to be a hotel bathroom while on vacation. Shirilla is seen wearing a swimsuit with a see-through covering, modeling while audio plays that says, all I want is just one day here where I'm not visually assaulted by uglies and fatties. Although this video could be construed as a joke, this goes along with her idea and belief throughout Shirilla social media that she is better than most and makes it known. Yeah, like in the phone call you can hear today, she's the prettiest in jail. In conclusion, the investigation into Shirilla's TikTok showed that she did not use the platform as often as Snapchat. In messaging identified over several platforms, Shirilla told friends that she was working to increase her following, but that the accounts were getting suspended for activity flagged by the company as inappropriate or harmful for a juvenile. The content Shirilla posted was consistent with her overall attitude of being an adult and being able to do whatever she wanted whenever she wanted. Okay, Apple, let's see. Between the dates of November 26th and 27th, 2022, I went through the Apple iCloud return. I began looking at the deleted or expunged pictures and videos, and under the folder, I identified a couple of images of Shirilla with marijuana joints and one with a large sum of U.S. currency. I also located an image of a paper plate with 3 distinct divided amounts of psilocybin mushrooms. The image had been edited with red circles around the 3 groups of mushrooms. I observed this photograph. It occurred to me that this photograph could go with a text conversation identified from Dominic Russo's telephone, during which Shirilla and Dominic discuss the mushrooms and who gets what. Okay, so Shirilla sends a photograph to Russo. Shirilla says, "Is this good?" He says, "Give the person on the right." He says, "A little bit from the bottom." She says, "They need a lie for 2 times. Russo says, "Off the stem." Shirilla says, "What one?" Russo says, "What?" Shirilla says, "The one with the stem." Shirilla says, "The cap." Russo says, "They just want to divide in 3, right?" Shirilla says, "They meet July 4th. Russo says, "Just call me." Shirilla says, "Do WTF?" Shirilla says, "No, I'm on the phone with her right now." Shirilla says, okay, so this is, they're talking about the mushrooms. After finishing the deleted and expunged folders, I went through the main folder containing the photographs and videos backed up on Shirilla's telephone. The folder contained over 90,000 images and videos. Due to a large number of files, I browsed through and did not review each and every image or video. I did locate several images of Shirilla possessing or using marijuana. Yeah, we know all about that. The screenshots revealed several arguments between Shirilla was in different times with different people, including but not limited to her parents, Dominic Russo, and or friends. Okay. As I continued to investigate the Apple iCloud account, I looked into a folder labeled Notes. The folder contained several pages of notes Shirilla kept within the notepad, a feature of her Apple iPhone. Under the note shown below, Shirilla is seen pricing out a box or 10 cartridges, calculating how much she will have if she sells a certain amount. Okay, I'm going to move over here now. I'm going to move it back. In another note, I identified Shirilla keeping a list of clothing items, money, makeup, and weed socks, all of which appear to be birthday or Christmas list. And then further down, I noticed Shirilla wrote lean enthusiast with an emoji heart next to it, indicating that she enjoyed consuming the drug drink lean. So over here she has clothes, Balenciagas, which she has spelled wrong. The white ones don't look like socks. Yeezys, black and red. Face, I don't know, I think she has face. Money, makeup, weed, socks, lean enthusiast, percent homophobic. A third note of interest shown below caught my attention based on training and experience. I immediately knew I was looking at weights and prices of marijuana. Yeah, she's got all that. Okay. The last two notes appear to be, oh yeah, let's see. List of names Shirilla was keeping. The first was titled Me and Leah's List Biatch. The list contained 9 names of both males and females. It is unknown if this is a revenge list of some sort, but that is what investigators believe. The second note is titled Burn Book with a heart emoji. The list contained 48 names of both males and females. Some of the individuals had descriptors next to their names, such as transgender or the fatty. The list is absolutely believed to be a revenge list and maintained by Shirilla. So she has me and Leah's list biatch. Megan, Delia, Faith, Jada, Christian, Aliana. Aliana, isn't that the girl that wrote that thing about being bullied? Haley and Alyssa. I thought Faith, and that's how Faith spelled her name, say, so that Faith that came over here pretending to be Faith, we know she was a liar, right? But look at that. These, I thought she liked Faith. Faith, wow. Okay, and this is the Burn Book. Haley, Christian, Nolan, Amanda, Cameron. They put Alex Morals, Kayla Holland, Omar, Haley, Taylor Haynes, Vanessa, Lauren Housen, Paris, Riley, Alyssa, Lana, Lauren, Marin, Shayla. Wow. Okay, here's her text with Grace. On Tuesday, January 17th, 2023, while conducting follow-up investigations into tips obtained in the investigation, I began to review text message conversations between Shirilla and Grace Cortan. During the course of reviewing their investigations, I located a portion of conversations that is transcribed below. Grace says, "You should come downtown Saturday with your fake." Shirilla says, "I would, but I'm going to be in Florida, bae." Grace says, "Oh, yeah, I forgot. When are you leaving?" 4/19/2022. And she says, "And be careful driving with all this stuff on you. Please don't speed, my friend. In Chicago, got pulled over for speeding, and they searched her and found drugs and $400,000 in cash, vacuum sealed, and now she has a federal case." Mackenzie says, "I'm already on the way there right now. We are going to be there at 6. We have everything locked up in a bag with the key, so they need a search warrant." And then Shirilla says, "Love you, girl. Love you, girl." In the above conversation, we see Grace invite Shirilla to go downtown with her and to bring a fake. As established above, Shirilla is known to have obtained a fake ID, which she would utilize to enter adult establishments and consume alcohol. When Shirilla advised Grace that she's headed to Florida, Grace gives Shirilla a heads up to be careful with all the stuff, and then provides a story about a friend who was stopped with drugs and $400,000, presumably $400,000, which was seized, because Grace goes on to state that now her friend has a federal case. Shirilla goes on to respond she's already on the way there, and that she's due to arrive at 6 p.m. and states that they have everything locked up in a bag with a key so that they need a search warrant, alluding to the fact that they feel safe driving with drugs from Ohio to Florida. Based on training and experience, as well as knowledge of this investigation, I know that Mackenzie and Dominic had possessed, used, and sold drugs such as marijuana, lean, THC cartridges, and psilocybin mushrooms. Based on this knowledge and the statement by Mackenzie that they have everything locked up in a bag with a key, in response to Grace giving her advice to be careful driving with stuff, I believe Shirilla and Russo to have transported unknown types and quantities of drugs to Florida for vacation. Based on the amount of marijuana and THC Shirilla and Russo smoked on an almost daily basis, one would believe they took a significant amount of drugs to last the 7-day vacation. Finally, I would point out that Shirilla not only acknowledged the fact that she and Russo were transporting drugs over several state lines, additionally, Mackenzie showed a level of knowledge of search and seizure laws when stating that they locked their stuff up in a bag with a key which would require them to need a search warrant. Shirilla is stating that she knows that if they are stopped by law enforcement, those officers would need to obtain a search warrant in order to search the locked bag within the vehicle, and that reasonable suspicion and a probable cause would not be enough without the search warrant. This indicates not only knowledge of the law, but how to circumvent law enforcement efforts to interdict drug traffickers. Additionally, I would point out that this level of thinking is not typical of a juvenile and is more in line with that of an adult. An adult with experience in possessing, using, transporting, and selling drugs. Okay, closing of the narcotics investigation. Throughout the course of 4 months, I have reviewed all this. Okay, my investigations clearly provide enough evidence to substantiate several drug trafficking, drug possession, and drug paraphernalia charges against Mackenzie Shirilla. In addition to these charges, my investigation provides enough probable cause to identify Shirilla as an adult leading a reckless adult lifestyle which was largely known and ignored by her parents. Anyone know? Yeah, it's some kind of drink they make, and I think they use a cough syrup too in it, don't they? Alyssa, hi Alicia, oh my gosh, I can't talk tonight. Alicia Nelson, how are you? You said she got charged with the drugs too, right? Yes, she did. All those charges I read off in the beginning, she got. Hello, Sassy Darcy. Twisted Stitches, hello there. Okay. Testing of drug evidence located in Mackenzie Shirilla's vehicle and on her persons on Thursday, January 26th. I removed the drug evidence located both inside Mackenzie Shirilla's vehicle as well as on her person from the scene of the murder. So this is all the stuff she had. Next, I removed a small round container displaying a Yeti wearing ice skates, skating around a winter scene, smoking what appears to be a joint. As I opened the container, I observed yellow-colored, sticky wax-like substance that, based on my training and experience, I know to be a THC wax. I know this wax is manufactured by putting large amounts of leafy marijuana under pressure with butane and other chemicals in order to extract the THC wax from the plant. The wax then contains large amounts of THC and smaller amounts of wax, which is smoked in specialized pipes. Okay, so yeah. So they found plenty of stuff on her. And the investigation, so all of that. So yeah, she got all of that. Yeah, whatever, dabs, whatever the heck it is. So let me go back here. Okay, let's see what we got here. The neck. This is the third investigator. I don't think he has anything really different. Let's see. Oh, look at this. Listen to this. On Friday, August 5th, I responded to an address in Strongsville in connection with a search warrant on a black Toyota Camry bearing an Ohio plate. Upon my arrival, I was met with Lieutenant Mason of the Strongsville Police Department and Andy from the Center Towing. The entire vehicle was photographed in an impound lot before having any portion of the vehicle manipulated or searched. Lieutenant Mason and Sergeant Ryan Fox assisted in removing portions of the vehicle from the front of the vehicle to the rear to facilitate the removal of the airbag sensor box. We then requested that Andy move the vehicle further from the fence so that the vehicle could be effectively searched. Andy moved the vehicle with a large tow motor by putting the forks underneath the passenger side of the vehicle and lifting the vehicle vertically and then placing it back down after reversing the tow motor away from the fence. I visually searched the vehicle for obvious signs of evidence to be removed. We observed a white Prada slipper on the accelerator of the vehicle. This was photographed. Around this time, 9:09 hours, we observed a small silver pendant which bears the inscription, "Don't do stupid shite." Heart symbol, Mom. This was photographed and collected. It was located on the driver's side rear passenger floorboard. I then searched the driver's side door storage area, photographing the items found. Nothing of evidentiary value or monetary value was found. At around 9:11 hours, after moving the left airbag out of the way on the driver's seat, we visibly observed the airbag sensor module. Okay. Sergeant Ryan Fox, with a cable cutting tool, cut all the cables to the sensor box and removed the now severed connection from the sensor box. Okay. There's nothing really there. After searching the trunk and removing the items, 5 medics advised they found a metal chain on the floorboard of the driver's side rear passenger seat. The chain was photographed. Okay. Final search of the vehicle discovered a dollar bill. The bill was found after the trunk was emptied and its contents were searched. It was photographed and collected. Furthermore, we found a gold-white iPhone on the trunk weather mat. This was photographed and collected. A final search of the door panels was completed, where interior door panels were opened. Okay. All items were placed into paper bags or paper envelopes. The broken iPhone was photographed. The SIM card was removed. On Monday, August 8th, I contacted Test Oil, speaking with Brock, and confirmed that their camera system, okay, that's the camera systems, okay, what else did he do? Nothing, let's see, I utilize nothing else with the vehicle. Okay, so he was mostly in charge of the vehicle. Let me see here. Rosie Graham. Drug investigation signed. What is this about? On July 31st. So this is the Detective Task Force, Jason Glover. Mackenzie was extricated out of the driver's seat. When asked what her name was, she responded Mackenzie. She was loaded into the Barrera Fire Department ambulance, which transported her to the Life Flight helicopter that landed in the parking lot, Progress Drive. While en route, an unidentified Barrera fire medic located a clear plastic bag containing psilocybin mushrooms and a digital scale on her person. The items were handed to Police Lieutenant Valco, who was present inside the ambulance. Shirilla was subsequently flown to Metro Health Medical Center in Cleveland for treatment. The Cuyahoga County Medical Examiner took custody of Flanagan and Russo's remains. The vehicle was towed to the center towing lot. Throughout the course of the next 2 months, investigators would identify several instances in which Rosie Graham, in conjunction with Mackenzie Shirilla, would knowingly or otherwise conduct drug trafficking transactions. Okay, so they're going to go through all of that and show that. In the above conversation, Shirilla mentioned she has been talking with Dom about tipping. This is all about their stuff here. So are they indicting her? Let's see what happens. These are all their little... based on training and experience, I point out several levels to file possession, trafficking, and usage of psilocybin mushrooms. Graham orders 10. Okay, the pattern of activity continues with several conversations with Mackenzie. In the above, we see Shirilla asking Graham if Paul's parents are going to be there, to which Graham advises no. Shirilla then asks, do you think it's cool to trip there? While Graham replies with yeah, as in the past. Graham and Shirilla begin making plans. They discuss Paul's backyard, having enough room for everyone to hang out. Graham eventually asks Shirilla, also, can we give you like a 40 for some bud too? Based on training and experience, I highlight again that Graham is ordering drugs from her plug on behalf of Turner, Burlinghouse, and Nina. Okay, so then... looks like she's getting trouble for that, so... Oh, we went over those, right? Those are the Russo handwritten notes. We went over that. Okay. Subpoenas we don't need. Search warrants. This page is this 1 of 9. Okay, that's just the search warrant. All right, let's see. Shirilla's iCloud, Shirilla's TikTok. Shirilla's Cash App. Okay, that's where all the search warrants. Supplement. Let me see what these are. Oh, these are the ones I think. Here's the text I think we're talking about, right? Let's see if this is it. Okay, let's see what this is about. On July 17th, 2023, at approximately 15:51 hours, Christine Russo sent me approximately 146 text messages containing screenshots of conversations between her and Mackenzie Shirilla. The messages were sent from Mackenzie's cell phone to Christine's beginning August 4th, 2022 until October 30th, 2022. On July 18th, 2023, at approximately 8:15 hours, I informed the Cuyahoga County Assistant Prosecuting Attorney of the messages. Okay, so we have those messages. Hold on a minute. Messages of... These are the ones Angelo... Okay, 4 text messages containing screenshots of conversations between Angelo Russo and Mackenzie Shirilla. They began August 6th until October 24th. On August 6, 2022, hey Angelo, I don't know if you hate me, but tomorrow for the funeral, would you be able to go in Dom's room and grab some photos from his desk for me and him so I could put them into the casket so he can be with me forever? You know, she says that like such a narcissist too, so he can be with me forever. She doesn't even say so I can be with him forever, right? But so crazy there. What is Alessia's right? You want to try some of those, Scooter? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Okay. What's going on with everybody in here? I have heard there's some, I don't know what kind they are, but that hillbilly, remember that hillbilly guy? He said that they helped, they were doing some studies out, and I think it was, where's that place out in North Carolina? Oh my gosh, what is the name of that place? Famous place where they do all kinds of great medical things. Why can't I think of it? What is the name of it? What's the name of it? Where they're supposed to help people with like severe depression or something that like nothing else helps with it. What is it called? Duke? Is it Duke? Oh, you're getting educated, MSL. I think that's where they're doing like some studies, some clinical studies out there. And that, remember that hillbilly, that humble hill? Who was he? That guy. Remember, Scooter? Okay. Hi, Angelo. I just want to say I'm so sorry. This is August 23rd. I know you probably think this is all my fault, and I'm not asking you to feel bad for me, but I just want to say I'm so sorry. And I know you miss him so much. I wish he was here too. This should have never happened. He loves you so much. You know what she says here, but remember in the phone calls? She says they hated each other. She says that in the phone calls. You remember that? She just wanted to hurt them at that point. I wish he was here too. This should have never happened. He loves you so much, and I know you know that. I don't even know what to say to you or just feel so bad. I hope you guys can forgive me because I'll always look at you guys as family. You don't even need to respond to me. I just wanted to tell you I'm so sorry. I just wanted to reach out because I feel like you felt like I don't care. I'm not taking this seriously, but I really do feel bad. It's killing me. Yeah, that's, and then she said on October 22nd, hey, can we talk? Okay. Let's see what else we have. Let's see. Okay. All right, let's see. Incident report. Screenshot messages. Shirilla modeling. Oh, that's her modeling information. My mission, my name is Mackenzie Shirilla. Why can't I make that bigger? Where's my thing to make that bigger? My name is Mackenzie Shirilla. I'm a petite model from Cleveland, Ohio. I love to express my personality through fashion and photography. One of my goals on social media is to help people be themselves and embrace the style they love. I am extremely body inclusive. I would love for brands to be more inclusive to the smaller sizes as well as larger sizes. I am extremely big on healthy living, clean brands, and organic foods. Yes, healthy living. Oh, what happened? Hold on a minute. Healthy living. I don't think she was living a healthy life. Do you? Let me put that back up there. She has 21.4 followers on TikTok, 3,000 on Instagram. That's crazy. Okay. All right, what's this now? A screenshot of messages. That's a healthy lifestyle, Kenzie. Yeah, very healthy lifestyle. Okay. Incident. What's this? Mackenzie Shirilla. One of her profiles. Mackenzie Shirilla, fashion model, your inspiration, modeling, Ohio. Okay, Kenzie. That's the message that Davion had an interaction with. At 5:30 a.m. Right. Okay. PNG file, no breaking. That says no breaking. I don't know. This says no breaking. I don't know. I don't know. Her fake ID. Okay. Blood bank file. That was her blood bank file. Oh, and they got that blood from her. Okay. Let's see what else we got. Okay. Notarized complaint. What is that? Oh, that's when she went to juvie. Those are all the counts. See, yeah, those of you that said, was she on charged with drugs? She was charged with all of these counts, okay? Count 1, aggravated murder. Count 2, aggravated murder. Count 3, murder. Count 4, murder. Count 5, murder. Count 6, murder. Count 7, felonious assault. Count 8, felonious assault. Count 9, felonious assault. Count 10, felonious assault. Count 11, aggravated vehicular homicide. Count 12, aggravated vehicular homicide. Count 13, trafficking. Count 14, drug possession. Count 15, possessing criminal tools. Count 16, breaking and entry. Count 17, vandalism. Count 18, desecration. Okay, so she got charged. Yeah, that's all. Those are her charges. Additional police report. Let's see, we've got phone records, witness statements. This is Davion. Let's see. So this decedent was a 19-year-old black male found in the passenger seat of a sedan following a single vehicle motor vehicle accident and pronounced in the back of an ambulance. There was no apparent foul play. It says blunt force trauma was noted to his head. Apparent marijuana and mushrooms were noted at the scene. It is unknown if alcohol was at the scene. His medical history is unknown. Another decedent was obviously with obvious blunt force trauma was located in the front seat of the vehicle and pronounced at the scene. It's unknown when the decedent was last known alive. The decedent was found at 6:15 hours with a passerby drove past the corner of Progress Drive and Alameda Drive and noticed a Toyota Camry had struck a building and called 911. Strongsville police, fire, and EMS arrived at the scene. Resuscitative efforts were made, and the decedent was placed in the back of an ambulance where death was pronounced at 6:44 hours by Dr. Susan Tout. The scene, okay, here is that. Decedent was observed lying supine on a gurney in the back of an ambulance. He was fully clothed, wearing a jacket, undershirt, socks, and undershorts. He was also wearing a shirt and pants, but were cut by first responders. He was warm to the touch and rigor mortis was absent. Liver mortis was present on his posterior and was consistent with his current positioning. Blunt force trauma was noted to his head, and apparent blood was observed around his nose and mouth. The body was sealed in a body bag. Apparent manner of death, accident. So that's what it was said at the time for him. Okay, let's see. Email correspondence. I'm not sure who this was. Who's this from? Oh, that's when he was emailing the officers about the discrepancy in their when they spoke to the father. Remember that? Complaint summary. County police report. What is that? Shirilla. Because all that just. Persons involved. Shirilla, Mackenzie, Flanagan, Russo, I guess everybody that they called there, right? The following attached files have been delivered to the defense. Okay. Additional police report. Her indictment. Murder. Those were all her charges again, okay, that I just read to you. That was her indictment. So this is the EMS says 3 occupants, no one is conscious, and it said no one is breathing. Then it said driver is breathing, not conscious, all need extrication. Then it said MA needed for 3rd patient, Barrera dispatch, life flight, vehicle upright against a building, paging for backfill, life flight will send a 2nd chopper. And it just says dispatch for MVA, car versus building entrapment noted, upgrade to include M4 has mutual aid squad, life flight also requested, E3 on scene, started extrication procedures on driver's side of vehicle, E2 arrived on scene and advised by E3 to handle passenger side extrication. C4 spotting nearby. And it says M1 crew handled first extricated male, pulse felt by crew members on scene. M1 moved patient to back of M1 and assessment findings found patient to have injuries incompatible with life. Site oil in second, 2 leads. Pronounced dead on the scene. Second entrapped patient pronounced dead at the scene and left inside the passenger front seat. Extrication to passenger door so coroner could free the body from the vehicle. 3rd victim was extricated, treated in the Barrera squad unit until the Metro Life flight arrived on scene. 3rd patient was flown to Metro Hospital. Chaplain brought to the scene by AC Rosman to meet with firefighters and police officers on scene. Pre-hospital care report. Let's see. Davion, it says this call is not related to drug use. We were dispatched to a stated address for a car versus manufacturing building. Upon arrival, Engine 2 and Engine 3 crews were already on scene working on extrication. The car had heavy damage to it. Drugs and alcohol were observed to be in the car. Officers on scene stated that the car was found in the building by a passerby and it was unknown how long the car had been there. One patient appeared to be unrestrained. Upon contact, he was found sitting on the lap. See, there it says sitting on the lap, right? Of the front seat passenger with his body facing the left side. Patient did not appear to be breathing and was completely flaccid. We extricated him and transferred him to our backboard and cot. Patient was moved to a squad where he was assessed. His pupils were fixed and dilated. He did not have a pulse. See, they said he had a pulse, right? Patient had blood coming out of his nose and mouth. We did a trauma assessment with no obvious deformities found. Patient was placed on EKG where a systole was confirmed in 3 leads. And they just said 2. Southwest was called. We spoke with Dr. Maloney and notified him that this was an obvious DOA. Time of death was called. Remained on scene and transferred the patient over to the coroner. Then the victim was in the front passenger seat, car versus building. He was cold to the touch. His pupils were fixed and dilated, early lividity in feet, multiple severe unnatural angulations to his body, including his neck, back, and legs. Paramedics determined the victim to be DOA and focused efforts on the savable victim. Victim was visually assessed on scene, and the report was completed by AC Neil Rossman after the fact due to no available identification. Okay. And where's this? They don't have one on. Mackenzie. Okay, so that's that on there. Okay, this is the expert report, the prosecutor. Let's see what this says. On July 31st, the Strongsville Police Department investigated a 1-vehicle fatal crash. The crash occurred on Alameda Drive at Progress Drive, Strongsville, Cuyahoga County, Ohio. Strongsville Police Department crash report lists the crash occurred at approximately 6:15 hours. Vehicle involved was a black 2018 Toyota Camry. Investigation of the evidence at the scene revealed that the Toyota Camry was traveling west on Progress Drive when it departed the northern road edge. The Toyota returned to the roadway and entered the T section with Alameda Drive. The Toyota traveled through the intersection off the western road edge, struck a commercial sign, and struck the building. As a result of the collision, the Toyota came to rest to southwest of the corner of the building after sustaining significant damage. The juvenile driver of the Toyota sustained suspected serious injuries as a result of the crash. The 2 passengers of the Toyota sustained fatal injuries. On December 7th, 2022, Trooper E. Rawson, Unit 933, was contacted by Sergeant R. Fox via phone. Sergeant Fox explained the facts and circumstances surrounding the crash investigation. Okay, let's see here. On December 8th at approximately 800 hours, Trooper Rawson responded to the crash site for purposes of forensic mapping in order to conduct a video analysis regarding this collision. Let's see what they go into this. They got a scene diagram, forensic map, video analysis, surveillance camera footage, video analysis. Okay, let's see. See if they have a summary for us here. Evidence review, analysis, and Okay, let's see what they've got here. After consideration of the time and distance related evidence to include airbag control modules. Hold on, let me make this larger. Come on, where's my mouse? The speed derived from the video footage was compared to the similar time window obtained from the EDR data. Data obtained from the ACM yielded an average speed of 97.18 miles per hour over the time window. Okay, so yeah, close to 100 miles per hour. Investigative findings. The Toyota was traveling west on Progress Drive. Yeah. Toyota began to travel off of the northern edge of Progress Drive for approximately 32 feet before reaching the intersection with Alameda Drive and returning to the roadway. The Toyota failed to stop for a posted stop sign on Progress Drive at the intersection of Alameda. The Toyota proceeded through the T intersection and departed the west edge of Alameda Drive. The Toyota continued through the grassy landscaping for approximately 37 feet before it struck the commercial sign. After the collision with the commercial sign, the Toyota continued west for approximately 53, feet before striking the commercial structure in a head-on manner. An airbag control module, event data recorder, imaging and analysis for the Toyota was revealed that the ACM equipped on the Toyota Camry identified a high speed of 100 miles per hour during the approximate 4.75 second time window leading up to the first event associated with the collision under investigation. Accelerator pedal percentages displayed 100% application with throttle percentages also peaking at 100%. No driver inputted brake application was observed during any of these events associated with the collision, offering evidence that the driver was demanding more power and speed from the vehicle than it was able to produce. A speed analysis was conducted utilizing video footage obtained by Strongsville police investigators and 2 surveillance cameras. Okay, it says the speed analysis identified that the Toyota averaged approximately 97.83 miles per hour during the time it was in view of the Lincoln Parma Movers Inc. camera. The analysis yielded that the Toyota was traveling at approximately 97.21 miles per hour through the first segment of the southern camera equipped on the Eurofins test oil building. A comparative analysis was conducted utilizing data obtained from TRG-5 from the CDR report by downloading the Toyota. The analysis yielded that the Toyota experienced a speed range from 93.8 to 100 miles per hour over the time window, with the average speed 97.18 miles per hour. Additional calculation revealed that the Toyota averaged approximately 80.51 miles per hour in the final second leading up to the collision as it traveled off the roadway, struck a commercial sign, and the eastern side of the Plitco commercial structure. Okay, let's see. Juvenile complaint. What is this? Oh, those are her counts again. Okay. Additional police report. What is this? On October 11th, approximately 4:15, Glassie and Zielinski went to Metro Hospital to serve a citation to an individual who was involved in this. Oh, this is when they started talking about Mackenzie, right? They went there to go serve something to an individual involved in a motor vehicle accident, motorcycle crash. While they were waiting in the ER, they saw the Sergeant Doyle and they were having a small talk with him when he asked if they had body cameras. We confirmed that we did, but they were currently off because we're sitting in the hallway of the ER. Next thing, Sergeant Doyle asked if we charged Mackenzie Shirilla, and Galassi said no, not yet. Galassi followed up, we are waiting on the tox screen results to come back. Sergeant Doyle started to tell us how Mackenzie's parents gave them a hard time. He said Mackenzie came in as a juvenile but turned 18 while at Metro Hospital. He also said that right around the funeral of the two boys, Mackenzie and her parents became even more argumentative with each other and Metro staff. And Sergeant Doyle went on to say that the dad was telling Metro police they had to keep their daughter at the hospital and should not allow her to leave because she tried to kill herself and just killed her boyfriend and her friend. Sergeant Doyle told us that he was telling the parents they had no way to keep Mackenzie there. If a friend wanted to pick up Mackenzie, Metro Police could not do anything about it because she was 18, and the parents did not understand that. He also said Mackenzie's mother would yell at them when they came into the room to check on her, but Mackenzie's mother was the one to ask them for help. And then this is another one about that. Sergeant Doyle introduced himself to us, asked if we needed anything. We stated we were just waiting for our driver to get out of radiology. While speaking with him, he asked if we were wearing body cameras, to which we stated we were. He asked if they were currently recording. We said they were not. At this time, Sergeant Doyle brought up the name Mackenzie Shirilla and asked us what was going on with her case. I stated that it's an ongoing investigation. I believe they are still waiting for toxicology results. At this time, Sergeant Doyle stated the details about the night Mackenzie attempted to leave the hospital. Sergeant Doyle stated to us that Mackenzie Shirilla came to Metro Health as a juvenile, but while she was being treated in the hospital, over the course of several days, she had a birthday and turned 18. One night before the night of Dominic Russo's funeral, she tried to escape and leave the hospital. He stated that the police were called to her room to intervene. While he was in the room, he stated he spoke to Mackenzie Shirilla's father, who had called them. Sergeant Doyle stated that her father, Stephen Shirilla, stated to him that they cannot allow the daughter to leave the hospital. Sergeant Doyle stated to him that she is an adult and they can't physically keep her there at the hospital if she wanted to leave, because she is now an adult. Sergeant Doyle stated to us that Mr. Shirilla stated to him that they had to keep her at the hospital because she already tried to kill herself and she killed those two boys, and they can't allow her to leave because she's suicidal. Okay. And then I think this is the third one, right? Is that the one we just had? Somebody had a GoFundMe for her. Fat Mojo LLC gave $5,000. What's going on there? I am Mackenzie's aunt and the sister of Natalie Shirilla, Mackenzie's mother. I will make sure 100% of the funds donated go directly to her for Mackenzie's care. On Sunday, 7/31/2022, Mackenzie was involved in a car accident. She was unconscious and trapped in the car. After being extricated from the vehicle, Mackenzie was life-flighted to Metro Health. Her injuries are extensive and will require long-term medical care. What? Blair Wallace is organizing this fundraiser on behalf of Christine Russo, friends and family. It's with great sadness we mourn the unexpected passing of Dominic Russo. Dominic was a son, brother, uncle, and great friend to many. He was also my best friend. He brought so much happiness and joy to others. His smile could light up a room instantly. He inspired so many people to better themselves in a short amount of time. And then there's Photo Mojo 5000. What is that about? And loving memory of Davion Flanagan. Davion was in a tragic car accident that has left his family and friends and loved ones grieving. Davion was the most caring person you will ever meet. He was always there for you, no matter what. The second you met Davion, he was there to help you and talk to you always. Davion had the brightest soul and cared deeply for his family and friends and always knew how to make you smile and laugh. He will forever be an unforgettable person that was loved. What is that photo mojo? And they have Todd Turner as the VP, Operations Photo Mojo LLC. What's this about? Anybody hear about this photo mojo? Pete Lowry? What's with that photo mojo? How come we didn't hear about that photo mojo? Anybody know about photo mojo? What is this about? Okay, let's see what this is about. Hold on, but I want to see if you guys know anything about Photo Mojo. Anybody know about Photo Mojo? Liza Ann says no. No, no, no. I wonder what Photo Mojo is. Liza Ann, it may have. It may have come into the trial. We don't know because the trial wasn't freaking televised. It's crazy that trial wasn't televised. I would have loved to watch that trial. I don't know, Alicia. I'm going to have to look it up. But this says that this is about WKYC's journalists. Listen to this one. Now comes WKYC Channel 3 by and through counsel to object to the court's instruction to WKYC barring it from live streaming the pooled video of the bench trial in this matter. The public's interest in full contemporaneous coverage of this trial is strong, and there are less restrictive ways to address the court's legitimate concerns about witness separation than barring the live stream. WKYC respectfully requests the courts to reconsider its instruction for all future proceedings. So it says the court's instructions failed to properly balance the public's interest in viewing the actual testimony against the defendant's right to a fair trial. So they were trying to get it live streamed, and the court has identified witness integrity as the purpose behind its instruction, although the concern over the enforceability of a witness separation order is understandable. The legitimate concern can be addressed through means that do not restrict contemporaneous reporting via live video stream. So, yeah, they were trying to get it to be able to stream it, and they didn't let them. That sucks, right? I don't know what the Photo Mojo thing was, do you? Combative patient in room 715. That was the police report when she was a combative patient. Okay, let's see. Trying to see here. talked about these. Looks like that was his, let's see. Okay, so they changed on March 20th, 2023 at approximately 11:30 hours. I requested the Cuyahoga County Medical Examiner's Office to review the manner and death in the above referenced case in light of new evidence. A printout of the Detective Invest along with a hard drive containing all digital evidence pertaining to the case was hand-delivered to the medical examiner and received by Elizabeth Sherwood on Wednesday, April 12, 2023 at approximately 11:37 hours. I received a phone call from the forensic pathologist informing me that after a secondary review, the manner of Davion Flanagan and Dominic Russo's death was changed from accidental to homicide. Okay, so they changed their manners of death. Hazoo. Already looked at this one. Why does he have so many in here? Investigator report. That was the one that got the, I was the officer in charge for Barrera Medic 1 that dispatched as a mutual aid ambulance for a single motor vehicle accident on 7/31. Okay, it says that I was patient was removed from the vehicle directly onto a backboard and then to a cot. Shirilla, date of birth 8/2/2004, was alert to name only and not to location, events, or time. Patient was moved to the ambulance for initial treatment until life flight arrived on scene. Once in the ambulance, initial care was began. I conducted a hands-on head-to-toe rapid trauma assessment. During the trauma assessment, I found what appeared to be a quart-sized Ziploc bag of a large quantity of mushrooms underneath the patient's shirt, in the center of her chest, and a black plastic square case that appeared to be 4x4 inside, tucked in her waistband. I removed both items from the patient. At this point, I do not remember if I handed them directly to an SPD officer or placed them on a bench seat and then handed them to the officer. I was the only one that handled the two items removed from the patient, and upon noticing the officer in our ambulance, I gave them to him. Neither of the items were opened by myself at any time. We continued with our patient care and transferred patient care to the life flight personnel. Those were the kids that came in with the life flight thing. Okay. These are, hi Angelo, this is the 3 message. Please let me know that she was sorry. We read that already. Dom's phone died. We already did the, hey Angelo, I don't know if you hate me, but tomorrow for the funeral, would you be able to go into Dom's room and grab some photos from his desk for me and him, so I can put them in the casket so he can be with me forever. Please let me know. Okay. Mackenzie Shirilla. Where are my, I have to go to the other one, I think. The text messages are on the other thing. Let me see. This PC, we need to go to G. And okay, no, that's not what I want. I have to. That's what I want. Mackenzie Shirilla files. Okay, I found them. How stupid. Okay, so these are her messages. Hold on, why can't I get them over where they should be? Is this how we did them the first time like this? Okay, so this is August 4th. This is the absolute worst. Could you call me, please? Okay, so this is Christine in the blue bubbles. This is the absolute worst, Christine says. Kenzie says, could you call me, please? Could you call me, please? Christine says, I tried. Write to voicemail. Kenzie says, some reason your messages are showing up green on my phone and only coming through on my iPad. When you're up, please. I'll call you. Just text me. She said, I tried to ask Angelo, but would you be able to go in Dom's room and go in his bedroom and on his back desk and grab some, hold on, let me go to the next one. Why is this the second one? That's weird, that didn't. I love you so much, Miss Russo. I'm sorry for being on FaceTime. I'm sorry for being on FaceTime made you guys upset. I just needed to see if he looked so peaceful. And thank you guys for putting pictures of me. I'm so sorry, you guys. I wish I could be there to hug you. I love you all so much. I'm so sorry. And that was on his day of his funeral. And I guess being on FaceTime upset her. And let's see, of course, right? These are all out of order now because this was supposed to be the first. Yeah, see, this is out of order. This is when she had that fight, when they had that October 17th. Both of my purses need to be outside within 10 minutes because I'm coming to get them. My dad is coming to get my purses. I'm not arguing. Okay, as long as you're defending his actions, he's never going to learn. And then it was August 4th. Hi, Mama Russo. I'm not expecting any sort of response from you. I just wanted to say I love you guys so much and I'm sorry for all of this. Hi, Mama Russo. Again, she writes the same thing, just like she does with Dom. And then it must have went to that other one, which is this one. This is the absolute worst, right? I tried it, went right to voicemail, and then she starts this Angelo one right here. So and then we went to that one, and I think the rest of the Angelo one, yeah, see, it's all out of order. So I tried to ask Angelo, but would you be able to go in Dom's bedroom and go in Dom's room and go in his bedroom and on his back desk and grab some stuff to put in his coffin? I just want it to be with him. And then said, she put those two pictures and then said she was sorry that being on FaceTime upset them. And no, that's not the, okay, let's see. Oopsie, sorry. So 39, let's see. This is August 7th. I had no idea. This is the worst. No words can say, are you home? She says, Kenzie says, no, I haven't been home. I'm going to be in the hospital for another week or so, probably. I have a third surgery coming up because of my neck. Please just text me whenever you get the chance. Thinking about you. Please text me. Just let me know if you want me to stop bothering you. I will always be here when you're ready to talk. And then she says on August 13th, it went pretty well, but I'm just in a lot of pain. I got moved to a rehab facility and I'm just going through it now. It's been really rough. I've been crying all day, every day. We're going to get through this together. Sending love. I made you a bracelet and I just wanted to show you a tattoo some of our friends got for Dom. But it says Davion. Ms. Russo says, I am basically on suicide watch. I haven't been speaking with anyone. She says, oh, my, I'm so sorry, Miss Russo. I love you all so much. I'm so sorry that this has happened. I miss you so much. I wish I could be there for you guys. I will always be here for you. And when I'm out of the hospital, I can take care of you whenever you need. I just want to check in on you, Miss Russo. I'm thinking about you. She said she's not doing good. How was your surgery? She said it went pretty well, but I'm just in a lot of pain. August 15th. Who did that? It was Bubba, my friend Rosie's boyfriend. We were all best friends. Thinking of you. How are you? Not good. Harder every day, Miss Russo says. Kenzie says, I totally get it. I feel the same way now that I don't have any more surgeries. I've just been thinking about him. When I get out of here, I want to give you my bracelet that I made for you, but it's okay if you don't want to see me. I understand. Why would you say that, Miss Russo says. Okay. Kenzie says, I will let you know when I'm home. Then she says, do you have Dom's phone? I really want Dom's playlist, and I want to see the pictures he had of us on his phone. And Christine Russo says, we will figure it all out when you're out of the hospital. And Kenzie says, I would really like to see you and give you a hug and the bracelet. I brought him flowers for his room and at the memorial. If it's too soon, I totally understand. Everybody needs to grieve. I'm at his grave. They let me out of rehab because there's they're numbered here, but the numbers don't seem to be in order. So I don't know if we went through it the first time it was like this. I just feel like all you guys hate me, she says. Miss Russo, this is August 16th. We don't understand. Kenzie says, that's been the hardest part for me too. None of this feels real. When I get out of here, can I just go to Dom's house? I just want to lay in his bed or on the floor so I can just smell him and maybe take some hoodies home. I also want to see you and give you a hug. I love you guys so much. And then Miss Russo said, when do you think you'll be released? She says, I'm not completely sure yet. I love you so much. Thank you for answering me. I'm just so glad you don't hate me. I'm sorry. Well, she didn't say anything about that, Kenzie. Okay, now let me see something here. So that said 40. Now there is no 46, so they might have redacted one, and it goes to 47. She says, this kid named Tyler Proctor and a few people, I don't know who, they keep messaging me on fake numbers and on Snapchat telling me really effed up stuff, and it's really making this hard for me because I would never do anything to hurt any of them on purpose, especially Dom. Now, isn't that funny that she's saying Tyler Proctor's messaging her with other kids, and then they didn't even want to speak, so it does make it sound like they were threatened or something, doesn't it? It kind of does. I don't know. I'm just saying. Would you be able to send me Blair's phone number? I want to... Isn't that funny? She wanted Blair's phone number. Oh, isn't that funny? I want to send him a video of him and Dom. I feel like it will make him happy. I also found a bag of Dom's old clothes from when he was a little bit younger, and they all smell like him. And what is that radio station that you guys used to play when I would be over at your house? The mother says, send it to me. I don't have his number, and I haven't been able to go through much because, yeah, good job to say send it to you. Let's see. Here she says, I'm at his grave. They let me out of rehab because there's nothing they can really do with me until I can walk again. And Miss Russo says, so glad you're out. I didn't think it would be this soon. I need some time. I'm still having panic attacks and anxiety. And Kenzie says, I'll be bedridden for a couple of weeks or maybe longer, so that works with me. I'm just so sorry, Miss Russo. I love you so much. Please let me know when you're ready, and I'll be ready whenever you are. I miss you guys. Please don't tell people I'm home, though, because there's a couple of people that are threatening to hurt me and saying they have plans for me. Miss Russo says, that's terrible. And I'm not talking to anyone who is doing that. And that's when she says Tyler Proctor. And here's Miss Russo says, send it to me. I don't have his number. This is about that. And I haven't been able to go through much because I'm having panic attacks, but I'm sure there's some of your things here. I finished the black and white film, so I have to develop it. I never got my prom pics either. She says, I'm also trying to get all the prom pics. I want them all on my phone so I can just look through them because he was so happy that day and he looked so good. I have some videos of me and Dom too that are making me feel a little bit better. And she said, the video of us in the car is for Blair. I feel like he would like that video. And the second one is making me feel a little bit better because he looks so happy and it's reminding me of him. Yeah, my purse is over there, but I don't care, to be honest. I just want to go to his house, lay on his floor and take some of his clothes that he loves so I could wear them. She says, what's Dom's passcode? She says that please don't delete anything. I just want to see everything too. Whenever you're ready to see me, I just want to go through his phone and see everything that he has of us. This is August 20th. Kenzie says there is this hat that's in your house in Dom's old room that says Little Dom's can I please have it? Christine says, Chris had my phone. No, I want all pics. Anything he had or you had. It's all I got left. Okay, it's charging. She says, I have a lot of videos. You're going to love them. I miss him so much. She said, you have no idea. She says, I can't even imagine. This is so effed up. Blair is coming to see me today. Blair, the guy she couldn't stand. Remember how much she hated Blair? Wasn't going to tase him and told him that he was gay with Dominic and all that crap. When I come see you, I'll show you all the videos and pictures. Okay, there's no 52, so let's see. I'm having a rough morning. Send me some pictures to cheer me up, because she's trying to get them. So she sent her a bunch of pictures. She said, just let me know if you want more. She told you she wants more, Kenzie. She said she wants them all. I have literally so many. These have really been helping me. Just seeing his little smile and hearing his voice and laugh. Okay, and there's the hat. Okay, miss him so much. Okay, we already got that one. They put that in twice. I will take whatever you have. Here she is making sure she's got her leg in the picture, right? I made this to put out his grave. I already put one at the memorial. What is it? The mother says. Then here she says, I'm just going to stick it in the ground so he can have some pictures of us there. I wrote some stuff on the back. I think I'm going to wait to put it there until it's flat because I don't want them to throw it out. She says, I have so many more videos and pictures to throw on my Snapchat, though he was such a perfect human. Then Miss Russo says, oh, I know it's so effing hard. She says, I'm so sorry, Miss Russo. I wish I could take all your pain. I wish this never happened. This is seriously killing me. My poor baby. I never thought this would happen to him. We had our whole life planned because he was just way too perfect. If there's anything I can do for you, please just tell me. She says, Kenzie, it's my fault. It's Toph. I'm sorry. She says, please just take care of your mom. I feel so bad for her. This is terrible. He says, yeah, I will. And then she says, oh, so tell her if she finds any pictures of Tom and me on his phone to send them to me because I need them. Miss Russo said, it didn't. I'm not having a good day. Sorry. She said, I'll try to figure it out. If you hate me, though, I will stop texting you. I just don't want to be bothering you guys. I feel so bad. And before we even saw how relentlessly she texted Dom, we got a taste of it here with her letters to with her text to the mother, right? We never knew just how unbelievable. We thought this was unbelievable, but just how much more unbelievable she could be to Dom, right? And even you see it with the father, with the hot milk. It's just her way. I'll try to figure it out, and this is August 20th. Yeah, does it seem like you've been bothering me? Ms. Russo says, she says, yes, I just feel like you hate me. I'm so sorry this happened. Now, like, she doth protest too much, right? She's always, you hate me, you hate me, you hate me, because that's like, she's got this guilt, right, about what she did, that she's just, if she truly felt, she's being so defensive. It's okay. So sorry this happened. I'm going to get a tattoo on my finger for him. I know I've been asking, but do you think I will be able to come, just be at his house for a little bit someday? Shut up. She told you to stop. Oh my gosh. That was that one again. They put that in twice. I know I've been asking, right, to come someday soon. You don't even have to be there or see me there because I understand that's hard for you. I just want to be there so bad. I feel like it will help me a little bit. I just want to grab some things, and I will ask you if I can take them before I do. Ms. Russo said, I don't think you understand how incredibly hard this has been on me. I haven't gone in there except to get clothes to bury him in. Kenzie says, no, I understand completely. I feel so bad. I wish I could take your pain away. I'm hurting too. He was my soulmate. I was there every day with him. You guys are literally my second family. You don't even need to go inside the house. You can just unlock the door. I just want to smell him so bad and feel his energy. It doesn't have to be today, just soon. I just want life to feel normal again, like he's still here and he's just not home. I also want to bring you flowers and bring you the bracelet. Miss Russo said, I like to pretend he's just not home too. Kenzie says, I'm just so sorry all this happened. I would sacrifice myself to bring him home. I wish it was me. And Miss Russo said she wished it was her. August 21st, Kenzie says, if it should have been anyone, it should have been me. He was just so perfect. I just hate this so much. I can't imagine what you're feeling. He loved you so much. Maybe when you're ready to see me, we could go inside Dom's house together so we don't have to do it alone. Me and Dom love this one restaurant, and I was just going to go alone with a picture of him. But if you wanted to come with me, that would be really nice too. It's probably Luca, right? Which one? Luca. See, now we know more. Like before we read this the first time, we really didn't know because we didn't go through Dom's messages. Now we're at Luca West. We had reservations to go there for my birthday, but the accident happened before we could go. I wish we just went before so we could go one last time. All the waiters knew who we were. They knew what we would get. Okay. And then she says, we could literally go whenever. I will pay for your meal too. I would rather go with you than go alone so it feels like he's with me a little bit. Would you want to do that? Now she's showing a rainbow. August 22nd. Yeah, I didn't get a lot of sleep last night. I had some weird dreams. I think Dom visited me. You were also in my dream. Mr. Russo said, I hope so. Anything to bring some peace to all of this. Kenzie says, you told me to be strong. My brain trying to make sense of all this. He told me. Dom always told me he would want me to be happy even if it wasn't with him. That's impossible. I can't be happy without my soulmate. And then she said, I really want to come see you. I know you're struggling and I know your baby's gone. And I'm so sad. I just want to bring you some of his favorite snacks and I want to be there for you. I'm so sorry. And Kenzie says, my phone is being really weird and not working. I don't know why. I just want to be able to be there for you. I'm so sorry. Maybe we could go to Luca at the end of the week. And Miss Russo said, your mom just texted me, so I think I'm getting your messages. Okay, good, Kenzie said. Do you want to go to Luca Friday? It's okay if it's too soon. We could always go next Friday. She says, I really can't drive far yet. I'm having panic attacks. She said, you don't need to drive. My mom can drive us. I wasn't expecting you to drive. I understand the feeling, but I still understand if you don't want to. They put this. Sometimes they put them multiples in. Okay. Then she said, I went to Whole Foods. This is the grocery store me and Dom would go to. And it was really hard for me to be there. But when I left, there was a rainbow. It was him letting me know he was there. And Ms. Russo said, how are you getting around? She says, I'm in a wheelchair. My parents have to pick me up to get me in the car. I can kind of stand up on one leg with the other leg is effed. She says, oh, damn, thank you're so small. She says, yeah, it hurts when they pick me up sometimes. I don't know how I'm going to get through this. How are you feeling? She says, you have been strong. This has been a bad weekend. Kenzie says, you don't need to drive. My mom can drive. Okay, we got that. It's okay if you don't want to go. I just really want to see you. You're the closest thing I have to him. Or maybe one of these nights I can just come hang out with you guys so it feels like life is normal. Anytime I come back from the memorial, I just see all the cars in the driveway and it makes me so sad. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, Miss Russo. I love you guys so much. I hope I'm still family to you. Miss Russo says life will never be normal. I can't believe you can handle going there. She says, it's not that I can handle it. I just feel his energy. It makes me feel like he's still with me a little bit. Dom came to me in my dreams. You were in it too. That's what you said. What did he say? She says, oh, we were in the hospital, and it was weird because my friend Jada was in the dream too, and you were in a hospital bed, and she keeps going, different things. They have these messages all messed up. Wow, that's rough, Miss Russo says. Kenzie says, yeah, I had a rough night that night. Do you think I can come see you soon? I hope I can, or we can just go to Luca. I just want to see you. This hurts. Miss Russo said, it hurts more than I could ever imagine. And Kenzie says, do you think I will be able to come see you soon or come hang out with everybody? Or can I go to his house and just be there for a little bit? You don't even have to see me. I'm begging you, Miss Russo. You can even just go unlock the... Oh, here's the one about the hot. It seems like every other one. Kenzie says, we were in a hospital and it was weird because my friend Jada was in the dream too, and you were in a hospital bed and we were visiting you, and he told me to be strong and to get through this, and I can't remember what he looked like in my dream, but I feel like he was just an angel. It was so weird and made me so happy, and it felt like he was with me. I also had another dream where me and Dom were in a jacuzzi with Blair and Mallory, and then Angelo and Dom's dad came in, and Angelo was yelling at me, telling me to get the F out of here, and I'm not wanted here, but Dom said she needs to stay, and I woke up. And Miss Russo said, wow, that's rough. And she said, yeah, I had a rough night that night. And then here Miss Russo said, nice. And August 25th, how are you feeling today? Kenzie says, still hurting. I miss him. What about you? She says, it gets harder each day. And then Kenzie says, yeah, I get harassed literally every single day. Shite sucks. Is there any way I can get Dom's phone or just go on it or something? Because I need to block people because they are commenting effed up stuff on his TikTok. And Miss Russo says, who? What? She says, Dom has videos posted on his TikTok, and I commented, I miss you, and people are harassing me on there. Specifically, this one girl that has been harassing me. See, you can go, just unlock the door so you don't have to go in and see me. She says, it's not seeing you. I just can't face the reality of it. I love you, Miss Russo. Do you think I will be able to go to his house soon or see you at least? Of course, Miss Russo says. She says, Kenzie says, when I come, whenever you let me, I'm going to print out some photos and bring you flowers. And I learned how to cook. The pesto Dom used to cook for me every single night so I can make it for you one of these nights. I'm bad at cooking, but when I make that, it tastes just like how he used to make it. Let me jump over to this second. Kenzie says, I'm not even too worried about my recovery. All I think about is Dom, but thank you for thinking of me. She says, oh, I know how you feel. I really wish I died instead of him every day. I can take the feeling of the loss. I am getting anxiety every day. Kenzie says, please don't say that, Miss Russo. If it should have been anyone, it should have been me. It's not fair. I wish I could do something to make you feel better. Eating his favorite snacks and just talking to him and writing to him has been helping me a little bit. And some of his family talking to me also helps and makes me feel better. Oh, here's the one about the TikTok. I don't believe we have his phone. The passcode didn't work. Oh, here's the one. Okay, here's it. Specifically, the one girl has been harassing me, and I just want to delete her comment and block her. I don't, and Ms. Russo says, I don't believe we have his phone. The passcode didn't work. Is that the only way to get on? And who is this chick? I'll take care of her myself. Her name is Morgan. It's Chris's girlfriend. She keeps posting weird our shite and saying I killed him, saying I did it on purpose, and it's hurting me. Honestly, really bad, because she would rather die than him in a heartbeat. Does the police have his phone? And Ms. Russo says, I don't know. I thought I found it when I asked you. Mr. Russo said, I wanted to thank you and your mom for the pictures. I didn't see yours 2 days later. I've been so out of it. I'm just mad at the world that he took my Dom. I miss him so much, and it gets harder every day. Kenzie says, you can always text me. I don't get much sleep lately, and it's just been getting harder because it's almost been a month. We have so many pictures. I keep finding more and more, too. I will show you all of them. This feels just like it happened 3 days ago, but it's almost been a whole month, and it's literally insane. It makes me so uncomfortable and sad. And Ms. Russo says, it's such a waste. Hopefully you will recover, though. And that's when she said, we read that one, I'm worried about my recovery. Right? I don't know. I thought I found it when I asked you, what made you start speeding? And Kenzie says, I don't remember the accident. All I remember is turning on the street and then my vision fading into black. I wish I could remember. It would make me feel a little bit better. If you end up finding it, can you please let me know? Can I come to his house soon? How have you been? And Mr. Russo said, OMG, I was going to text you 6 this morning, but didn't want to wake you. I wanted to thank you and your mom for the pictures. I didn't see yours 2 days later. I've been so out of it. prom. The other pictures, she sent her a bunch of pictures. And then, good job, I like that. And then she's got a tree here. She said, I hung the bracelet on my rearview mirror. She said, I want to find something with maroon flowers, and I don't do much during the day, so if you ever want another bracelet, I can make you anything. We look cute. And then she says, I know, right? I'm going to send you Dom's videos when I get them together. It's August 31st. Okay, babe, next time I'm downtown, I'll develop that prom roll. I was just about to text you. They're going to plant 2 trees at the memorial. They said I could pick. You should help me pick. Of course, how do we pick? We just get a text. We just got to text her. My mom has her number, but I don't know any good trees. The ones that would, there's one that bloom as a cross. Who's doing it? Kim Smith. She was there that morning, she says. Oh, Kim Smith is on that thing. Who does she work for? That building. I don't know what it's for. I feel so bad. She says, so do I. She says, I'm going to try to figure out a tree that gives Dom energy. Then she says, 2 picks only. Most people have 1. Do you have one of Davion? She says, yes, that's what everybody has been saying. I love that you did the 2 pictures because you got both of his personalities. Pretty perfect. I hate how they made Davion's picture so small. I will send you a picture of my setup with all my pictures I have. Okay, let me see if you guys are still here because what time is it? Oh my gosh, it's 4:30. There's probably nobody even here now. This is crazy. Hi, Murder of Crows. It's late, guys. We're gonna have to finish this tomorrow. We're gonna have to finish this tomorrow. We're gonna have to do the word game. I mean, we're not gonna finish the. We're gonna finish her text and then. Okay, let's do this. Daily puzzle. Oh, I'm looking at your stuff now. Anvil? Very good. Align. Very good. Via. Gain. Okay. Vein. You're so vain. All right. Alicia. Nil. Good job, guys. Gun. Yeah. Very good. Okay. Let me see if I missed anything. Do. Knew we just got it. Murder of crows at the same time. I was just looking at the same places. I was right there. Lug. Oh my gosh, murder of crows. We got it at the same time again. This is crazy. Now let's look between this one and see if we get it at the same time. It's going to be N. U. Oh, it's got to be Van. Oh my gosh, murder of course, you're crazy with me. Every time I get it, I look at you and you get it too. This is crazy. Now I'm going to look at this four letters. Oh, I got that one. I got the Lain. Oh, but you got it up there. Heart Made Wise got it. Oh, I didn't even see that heart. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. We're all good. We're all good. All right, look, it's turning into Christmas now. I've had that on for like the past 3 years. Okay, you guys, I love you. I have to go to bed. I'm exhausted. I will see you tomorrow, God willing. I'll put up another volume of the phone calls. It'll be volume 7, almost at the end. There'll be all 96 phone calls will be up there, okay? Tomorrow will be volume 7. And tomorrow night we can get together again. All right? Well done, everybody. Right, Murder Crows? Well done. MSL, thank you. Thank you, everybody, for coming in and watching and sticking around with us. Appreciate it very much. Everybody have a good night. Sweet dreams if you're going to bed. If you're not going to bed and you're in another part of the world, then have a great day. All right? Peace, love, and light to all, right, heart? Love you guys. God bless. Prayers for all. We'll see you tomorrow, I hope.